Couch co-op spelling adventure where you spell your way to a high score or battle to be the best speller. Dance it out when you succeed. Smash and slash your way through waves of enemies in Breakpoint by Studio Aesthesia. Experience the impact of twin-stick gameplay with full contact combat, bringing the unbridled chaos of arcade shooters into the world of Melee. Travel the world as a mischievous cloud in the slapstick comedy game Rain on Your Parade by Unbound Creations. Play a wide range of short and sweet levels, unlock new abilities, and watch as the game gets even more ridiculous. The story of a merchant house in a world on the mend, their leaders sifting through the ashes of history for lost secrets, some better left forgotten. Experience the mix of RPGs and visual novels in Forgotten Faiths by Winter Court Studios. Boot flesh-wearing robots across the screen and cling to your sanity as you bail out the corporation in Cur by Really Ragdoll Studios. Hired to stop their demented AI, you're no hero. You just want a paycheck. Control two characters who fall in opposite directions and transfer their momentum to each other in Deleveled by Toaster Fuel. Toggle switches, go through one-way walls, and traverse disappearing floors in this physics-based puzzle platformer. Set out with up to 4 friends to explore the whimsical world of Letterbound by Hunt and Peck Games. A couch co-op spelling adventure where you spell your way to a high score or battle to be the best speller. Dance it out when you succeed. Smash and slash your way through waves of enemies in Breakpoint by Studio Aesthesia. Experience the impact of twin-stick gameplay with full contact combat, bringing the unbridled chaos of arcade shooters into the world of Melee. Travel the world as a mischievous cloud in the slapstick comedy game Rain on Your Parade by Unbound Creations. Play a wide range of short and sweet levels, unlock new abilities, and watch as the game gets even more ridiculous. The story of a merchant house in a world on the mend, their leaders sifting through the ashes of history for lost secrets, some better left forgotten. Experience the mix of RPGs and visual novels in Forgotten Faiths by Winter Court Studios. Boot flesh-wearing robots across the screen and cling to your sanity as you bail out the corporation in Cur by Really Ragdoll Studios. Hired to stop their demented AI, you're no hero. You just want a paycheck. Control two characters who fall in opposite directions and transfer their momentum to each other in Deleveled by Toaster Fuel. Toggle switches, go through one-way walls, and traverse disappearing floors in this physics-based puzzle platformer. Set out with up to 4 friends to explore the whimsical world of Letterbound by Hunt and Peck Games. A couch co-op spelling adventure where you spell your way to a high score or battle to be the best speller. Dance it out when you succeed. Smash and slash your way through waves of enemies in Breakpoint by Studio Aesthesia. Experience the impact of twin-stick gameplay with full contact combat, bringing the unbridled chaos of arcade shooters into the world of Melee. Travel the world as a mischievous cloud in the slapstick comedy game Rain on Your Parade by Unbound Creations. Play a wide range of short and sweet levels, unlock new abilities, and watch as the game gets even more ridiculous.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of the Seattle Indies Expo here online. I am very excited to be back with Zolaire again today. We are going to be hosting today's episode of the show for you, and we're joined by Tim and Sarah, who work on the Seattle Indies Expo, and they're going to talk to us a little bit about what we've seen so far, what is to come ahead, and what everybody can expect from today. So welcome, and thank you for being here with us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Hello.
Hi, it's good to be back. So I guess we can just go around and introduce ourselves to kind of kick things off and talk about who we are and what we do. So I'll just start and jump right in. My name is Meg Kayley. I work in the gaming industry as an on-camera host, writer, producer, and a streamer. And I am a big fan of indie games. So far, this has been an awesome experience for me to get to be here and to get to talk with lots of awesome, super passionate, super talented indie developers. So let's just throw it right over to Zolaire.
Cool. Yeah. Hi. I'm Zolaire, and I work in the games industry as a communication specialist at Turn 10 Studios, which makes the Forza motor sport games and publishes Forza Horizon. And I really also have been passionate about indie games for a very long time. Basically, indie games are the reason that I'm working in the game industry at all. So I'm super excited for all the awesome stuff we're going to see today for the 6 Online Expo. I was here for a couple weeks ago as well, and we saw some really cool games there. So yeah, thanks so much to Seattle Indies for making this event happen so we can get more indies in the spotlight.
Absolutely. Sarah, how about you?
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah. I work in my day job at Spryfox as a 3D generalist and tech artist. We're an all-remote indie studio working on games like Triple Town, Alpha Bear, and we're currently working on a game called Cozy Grove. Otherwise, I'm also a board member on this, in the Seattle Indies community and one of the organizers for Six. I run a smaller community group within the Seattle Indies called Diversity Collective. And I'm really excited to be here, and I'm excited that we're continuing streaming Six. It's a lot of fun.
That's awesome. And that's just like a little glimpse at all the awesome things you do. It's really cool to hear about. And Tim, I'd love to hear from you last but not least.
Yeah, hi, I'm Tim. My day job is at Oculus, and I'm the president of the board of Seattle Indies. For anyone joining us from outside the Seattle area, welcome to the stream as well. Seattle Indies is a nonprofit that focuses on building community and hosting events for independent game developers here in the Seattle area. And we also focus on accessibility to anyone who decides to take up game development as a hobby or profession by hosting events like Six and game jams and indie support group and like many other events that we are still hosting online while we're all going through what we're going through here. And excited that we're at the halfway point of Six and looking forward to the next 6 games, and really excited to have both of you back on the stream this week, and also the other hosts that will be joining us from the Seattle Online Broadcasters Association as well.
Yeah, I think that so far it's been really, really impressive. And also, thank you for having us. It's been really impressive to, see how you've been able to take Six and translate it so smoothly to an online experience. And you've been able to touch people from areas outside of Seattle as well by doing it this way. And I think it's been such a great way to steal a phrase that Kenley actually, who's on our production team, who mentioned earlier today, make lemonade out of lemons. And so I'd love to hear a little bit more from the two of you about kind of what the experience has been like for you translating this event from an in-person event to online. What are some of the things you had to kind of sacrifice as a result of that? And what are some extra things you've been able to do that you couldn't do before as a result of the event being online?
You can let Sarah speak to that first, I guess.
Sure, yeah. I guess it is a different event. We lose the sort of like celebration that we get in person when we're all together in one space. And that's really valuable. But I think that in other ways, we've been able to reach a larger audience, and we've been able to reach an audience outside of Seattle as well. And all of these videos and our streams are going to stay up online for a long time to come. So it's something that people can revisit in a way that you couldn't revisit past Seattle Indies Expos. So there's pros and cons, but ultimately I'm really excited about the way that it's turned out. And I'm excited to continue doing streaming and continue this format, even if we can go back in person in other ways as well.
Yeah, I feel like it would be really cool in the future to see almost a combination of the two, where you have these online elements and then the in-person elements as well, and kind of see how that all ties together. So, we're halfway through the event at this point. It's going by so fast. I think it's really cool that you've spaced it out in such a way that you have a day of the event happening each weekend. So it kind of gets to last for the entirety of September, which is really cool. But I'd love to hear from all of you, and Zolaire, this includes you as well. I'd love to just hear about what the experience has been like for you. Zolaire, you and I were here that first day, and we just had so much fun together. We got to check out so many awesome games, but I'd love to hear about any highlights or memorable moments or anything that really was a special moment to you from this event so far.
For me first. Sarah, go ahead.
I was going to say one of my favorite things is the live Q&As, because we've seen the developers' games but we get to hear more about what their experience is working in games in general. And I've really enjoyed hearing their highlights of like what has made making their game really worth it, and what the passion is, like why they're making their game and not some other game. And we've heard about the impact of the experience that players have had playing these games at expos, or feedback that developers have gotten from people who are like, this game is really important to me. And I think that relationship is really cool. And I think seeing the progression of the developers over time is also really cool. You know, we've been seeing these games come to Seattle Indies showcases for years for some of them. Some have been in past sixes and are now released. And I think the whole timeline, the whole progression of all of it is really awesome.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think for me, it's also seeing the developers who start out maybe a little bit nervous about this new format and they've never been on a stream before, and they're getting a chance to try that out and feel really good about it and have a great experience. And that's kind of what Six is all about at its core. We're kind of like a place where people get a chance to sort of practice what it's like to be at a big convention like PAX or something like that in a smaller, lower pressure setting. And so getting to sort of replicate a little bit of that in a streaming format has been nice.
And how about you, Zolaire?
Yeah, I was gonna say the live Q&As as well, along with Sarah. Like just being able to have some, like, we've had like some really good conversations about like game development on like this stream, and like I mean like we are all like players of games. We're also all like developers and designers, and I personally really like these kinds of events for being able to learn from other like developers and designers, and being able to talk about like the industry and the process. Like that's why I think that having game dev events online is really great and something that we can do more of, especially since like there's a lot of discourse about like education and accessibility to the industry not being like available to a lot of people in general. So I think it's cool that we're making this more available to more people and having some really awesome like discussions and honest discussions about like about the development process, so we can all learn from each other.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I almost feel like one of the benefits of having this online format, while it obviously is the result of an unfortunate situation, I think when you have a lot of these big in-person events like PAX and stuff, it's very fast paced. I know usually I'm running around all over the place like a chicken with my head cut off. And it's nice that this is almost like a slower pace where we can actually sit down, get to pick the brains of these super talented folks, and, just really chat and get to hear the ins and outs of the game development process for them and what it's like, rather than, okay, I played your demo, now I got to run to the next one. It's really nice to kind of have that slower pace and to get to actually chat with them about what they're creating. I think for me, really, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, and from like a sensory perspective, like going to a lot of in-person events is like not accessible for people just because of like the sensory overload and like alcohol presence and like loud music and like lots of like just, it's extremely busy. Yeah. Chatter. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to add on to what you were saying about, the live Q&As. And I think for me, a highlight that really stuck out to me was when we were hearing about Garden Story and how, someone who had played the game saw that the character used they, them pronouns, and how it was such an emotional moment for them to feel that inclusivity in the gaming space. And it was just very, very touching to hear about that. I almost wanted to break down crying in the middle of the stream just by how touched I was by that, and how, special it was to learn about how this amazing experience happened for somebody at an event with this wonderful game. So I think just getting to hear all these stories is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, definitely. I'd also like to take a second just to thank our sponsors that are making all this possible. We have some gold sponsors of Academy of Interactive Entertainment who have a campus here in Seattle, and we do a lot of great things with Play Everywhere, for culture, and then we have our indie sponsors of Modern Wolf. If you enjoy this event and want to help us keep making things like this possible, you can find us on Patreon and add a little donation there. That will always help with things like that. And you can find our Discord, where we have a lot of great conversations going on about game development, and people are there all the time to answer your questions if you're just getting in and you want to find some people to help you. So those are all the ways you can connect with us online.
Yeah, and I'll say it's a really cool Discord. I went in, because I was working on as a part of this production, and when I went in there, I was like, oh my gosh, there's so many cool channels in here. I loved that there was a channel specifically to notify people about different, indie jobs and kind of work opportunities. So really, really great place to connect with others if you're interested in the indie space in any way. Unfortunately, that's it for our intro. It flew by. I love getting to talk to you, Sarah and Tim. Thank you so, so much for taking some time to be here, and for all your hard work on the back end for the rest of the day as well. We're going to toss to a quick break now and check out a trailer for Deleveled. And when we come back, we'll be chatting with the devs of that game and checking it out. So stay tuned.
Thank you.
Level 1, here we go.
Okay, all right, next level. Cool.
Let me try.
It's not as easy as it looks.
Too easy.
Oh.
And then I have to use the momentum, which makes sense.
It's hard.
Nice.
I never would have figured that out. We just got to restart on that one.
I'll get there. I'm gonna beat it.
I don't think that's how you do this one.
Let's call Aiden. He could probably figure this out.
Why would you go right? There's a wall.
I'm trying to get past the other wall.
I actually do want to figure this one out.
I am the square. I am 2 squares.
Hey, don't touch those spikes. For real, though.
You have to watch out for the spikes.
I know. Do you know how to get through this? Are you the other square?
How many things do you need to get for this level?
Oh man.
Oh, I almost had that one.
I think I'm getting the hang of this.
What do you do here?
I don't know.
Darn it. I don't know. Ah!
Whoa, how did you do that?
Level 1, here we go.
Okay, all right, next level. Cool.
Let me try.
It's not as easy as it looks.
Too easy.
Oh.
And then I have to use the momentum, which makes sense.
It's hard.
Nice.
I never would have figured that out. We just got to restart on that one.
I'll get there. I'm gonna beat it.
I don't think that's how you do this one.
Let's call Aiden. He could probably figure this out.
Why would you go right? There's a wall.
I'm trying to get past the other wall.
I actually do want to figure this one out.
I am the square. I am 2 squares.
Hey, don't touch those spikes. For real, though.
You have to watch out for the spikes.
I know. Do you know how to get through this? Are you the other square?
How many things do you need to get for this level?
Oh man.
Oh, I almost had that one.
I think I'm getting the hang of this.
What do you do here?
I don't know.
Darn it. I don't know. Ah!
Whoa, how did you do that?
Hey everybody, welcome back to Seattle Indies Expo Online. I am joined once again by my wonderful co-host Zolaire, and we are here with 2 very wonderful developers from the game Deleveled, which we just watched the trailer for, and I really liked that trailer. I loved watching everybody get mad, and I also liked that it wasn't me getting mad at the game, because it very well could have been if I was playing. But a warm welcome to Kyle and Patrick. I'd love for you all to introduce yourselves and tell us about what you do. We'll start with Kyle.
Hi, hello, thank you for having us. Yeah, as you said, my name's Kyle. I've been doing the programming for Deleveled, and I've also been tag teaming at some of the art as well.
And I'm Patrick. I have been, turn my speakers off. I've been doing level design and music and sound. Like Kyle said, we kind of collaborate on all the artwork for the game.
Awesome. I'd love to hear a general overview of the game. I know we just saw the trailer, but tell us in your words, what is this game?
Yeah, so Deleveled is a puzzle platformer with no jump button, and that's kind of the core of everything. Our interpretation of that has been to incorporate kind of a physics element into the whole thing. You sort of control these two squares at the same time, but they have opposite notions of gravity. One of them falls down, the other falls up. If they ever touch, you have to start over. And the whole game is about dealing with the implications of that. And you'll see on this next level, because of the gravity thing, even though there's no jump button, they can exchange momentum whenever they bounce on these kind of thin surfaces, sort of exchange it through the thin section of ground. And those are really pretty much the fundamentals. We have a ton of levels that deal with this concept. We throw a lot of new mechanics at you as you progress through the game. But honestly, you've kind of already learned the core gameplay of Deleveled, just dealing with controlling two things at the same time that fall in opposite directions.
Yeah, I think the whole, everything you do in this game has an equal and opposite reaction piece is really, really an interesting mechanic. How did this factor in during game development? What made you decide to add in this type of mechanic?
Well, so the game was originally conceived at the 2018 Seattle Indies Game Jam. That's actually where Kyle and I met. We didn't know each other before then. But because of the theme of that game jam, Kyle just had this idea that, what would a platformer look like if it had no jump button? It's kind of an idea that we thought had been tried before, like VVV was a big inspiration for us, sort of a platform with no jump button. And so we just sort of decided this is also a way that you could have a platformer with no jump button. I don't know totally what I don't really remember what inspired us to go with the gravity element, but we got there, and we've stuck with it, obviously.
Yeah, no, this is incredibly cool. And you mentioned that you had met at an event a couple years ago. I wanted to ask you, since it's just the two of you who made this game, how did you decide to work together? What prompted that?
So at that game jam, they had kind of a pitch portion at the very beginning where if you're looking for a team, but you have an idea but you don't have a team. Idea. So that's what Kyle did. He got up in front of everybody and said, "I'm thinking of a platform with no jump button." And I said, "That sounds fun. Let's work on that." I guess I felt like there were a lot of good pitches out there, but of all of them, that was the one that I had, kind of the most immediate vision for, even though it wasn't necessarily this. That's pretty much the story. Kyle made a pitch. I thought it sounded good. And then we worked on it for that weekend and decided, maybe we should just turn this into a real game. And
that's
here
awesome.
We are on September 19th, 2020.
Wow, yeah, stuff like that comes out of a game jam. Those are always really cool stories because it shows that you can make the concept of this game in a weekend, and you can make it a playable thing, and then you can expand it out from there. Game jams are so good for the scoping and learning how to scope your game design. So props to both of you. This is fantastic.
And I don't know what Kyle would say, but I remember feeling like we had a really good working relationship for that weekend. It just felt like we're often on the same page on a lot of stuff. Not to say we haven't had our arguments on stuff before, but I feel like we work well together where we're constantly bouncing good ideas off each other, or we're not afraid to say when we think something is a bad idea. It was, I don't know, as far as game jam weekends go, that was a pretty good one for finding someone you could work for the next year and a half on something with.
Yeah, no, 100% agree with that.
Yeah, I feel like that's really the sign of a good team, is if you can kind of just be honest with each other, and it's not like a people-pleasing situation where you're like, oh, I like this, when you really don't. I think that's really great that you were able to find that sort of dynamic when you kind of met almost in a way that sounds kind of like fate. I don't know if that sounds dramatic to say, but it sounds like it kind of just worked out really nicely for you. So watching you go through these puzzles here is super fun, and it's also very impressive because I I think I would really struggle. But I would love to hear a little bit about kind of the process of designing each puzzle and how you keep each one fresh while also increasing the level of challenge as you progress through each level.
Yeah, so something I left out is that we introduced this switch mechanic into the game. So these purple boxes on the screen right now are buttons that you have to press. So you can only turn them on in pairs, though. So you have to have both of your squares over a switch in order to turn two of them on. And you open up the exits that take you to the next level once all the switches are on. So there's a little bit of like a lights out type of puzzle, though in this case lights on. And that is kind of like the final core mechanic of the game. We're not explicit about like what order you need to turn them on, and however you can get them on is fine as long as they're all on. And so that is actually a crux of the level design. I'm looking at my notebook right now, just like to show you some pages of things like.
Oh, behind the scenes!
That's so cool. Yeah, behind the scenes look.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
So it often starts out. In fact, this is a great example right here. You can see this level that I sort of started on. At the top there being my typical process would be like draw a rough sketch and just sort of envision how the level might play out, and then once I was satisfied enough with something, I would scratch it out and then make a more polished version with like the relevant colors and stuff that I needed to signify where everything is. This chart right here on the side is sort of this this table of possible switch pairings that I came up with eventually, so that I could sort of know the implications of the puzzle, like whether it was even solvable at all, or whether it was solvable only with like 6 moves instead of 4. So honestly, like a lot of it that really is the process. Like I'll just sort of start sketching something, and I will think through, knowing the physics rules that we have in our game, I'll think through, what are the implications of this, or what would be fun what would be a fun movement to try to require the player to do. And then I really just iterate from there. The actually putting the switches in places is it's sort of like the last part of stuff. I kind of start with something that I think either looks visually cool or a movement that I think would be fun to execute. And I would say that the bulk of the levels in the game have been designed that way, with that basic process.
So my background in game development is kind of more like on the external side. Like I do a lot of stuff with like marketing and communications and whatnot. And I'm really curious to know, like, kind of what do you see the target audience for this game being, as far as, is it playable like for all ages? Because some of these puzzles look like they can get kind of intricate pretty fast. So I just want to know more about like your audience for it.
So we have we've been to a lot of shows. We were so privileged. We got a PAX 10 table last year at PAX West. But we've been to other shows besides that, and we find that in general kids like the game. It's a puzzle game, and not everybody is a puzzle gamer. In fact, I would admit I don't know that I consider myself a puzzle gamer. But
really?
Yeah, it's easier to design puzzles than it is to actually do them. I've found in my experience. But yeah, we've definitely found that kids like it. I will not belabor the point that some of these get pretty tough at the end. And it's definitely not a game that's explicitly designed for kids. It is more of like an adult game, I suppose. But there's nothing in there that kids will, inherently dislike. But it does get fairly demanding with the puzzling at the end of the game, and especially some of the platforming. Admittedly, some of the platforming that might actually benefit kids over adults in a lot of ways. I found that my platforming skills have degraded a little bit in my advanced age.
Got to keep it sharp.
So one of the things that I noticed both in the trailer and when we're kind of hearing it in the background here is the sound design of this game. It personally reminds me a lot of that experience of being in an arcade as a kid and hearing all of the like beeps and bloops, and it just has that nostalgia factor to it. So I'd love to hear about the sound design process and what that was like for you and how you kind of decided to go with this sort of style.
Yeah, so I'm not really a composer. This is kind of the first soundtrack I've composed. I have a little bit of a music background.
Wow.
I was in jazz band and marching band as a kid, so I'm not totally foreign to the idea of like sheet music and stuff like that, but I'd never really tried composition before. It felt like because we sort of knew the visual direction the game was going to go, which was sort of this like 2D Atari even kind of look, it felt like chiptune was kind of a natural place for us to take the soundtrack. And that has there's an advantage to that because there's some pretty good tools out there that help you make these blips and bloops where you don't have to know all that much about sound design. That said, it's still tough. It's still a lot of trial and error and iteration. In my case, for the sound effects, I mean, I think almost every sound effect in the game we would have like 2 or 3 different versions of. And what was the challenging part was when I would like show Kyle or make him listen to something, and he would have to try to tell me what was wrong about it. But it's hard when you don't have that sound background. Like you just sort of have to invent these adjectives that you hope make it clear to me like what Kyle's looking for. But that honestly could be a little was tough. Now, as far as the music composition goes, maybe you can see my bass guitar in the background there. I got it in the way of it. Playing bass, I mean, a lot of the soundtrack, I would say all of the soundtrack is pretty bass riff driven. So it's obviously nice to just physically have access to that instrument. I also bought like a $50 keyboard that's like, it's a toy keyboard, but it's totally good for composition.
Wow.
And so all of those combined with like, I guess I ended up with a soundtrack. And like, as you said, it's a total chiptune soundtrack. It's actually composed with a program called FamiTracker, which is, it literally is designed to emulate NES hardware. So hypothetically, we could like export this soundtrack to like an NES cartridge, and my understanding is that it would play. So yeah, it felt like that was kind of fitting. It sort of looks like an Atari game and sounds like an NES game. It just felt like that was sort of the way to make it all come together.
Collector's edition idea for you. You could take the chiptune soundtrack on an NES cartridge, and then you can turn your drawings that you were showing us earlier into an art book. Boom.
Ooh,
Collector's edition.
I have actually considered, this would be total, I don't think anybody would buy it. I would buy it though. There are people out there who make NES cartridges, and I've thought about like writing a little program that would actually play the soundtrack on an NES cartridge. I got my NES.
That would be so cool. That's awesome.
We had a really good question come up in Twitch chat from Mac and Cheese, please, about going back to earlier when we were talking about designing puzzles. What is your process for designing puzzles if you don't consider yourself a puzzle gamer? How do you know like where like to place the buttons to make it fun and not too easy or not too difficult?
Well, I will say that anchoring difficulty is very difficult. It's difficult to be the right amount of difficult, I guess. I will not profess to be an expert there. But as far as where to place switches, I am familiar with the mechanics of the game. Obviously, I'm sure between me and Kyle, one of us is the most experienced Deleveled player in the world with how much we've played it. So we're familiar with like how it feels, or things that we've just sort of tried that we thought, oh, that looks really cool, or that's like a fun thing. We should do something with that. And so often when I was designing levels, I would sort of start with something like that and just sort of work backwards from there. So like kind of, I know where the squares are going to end up on the screen. Now I need to place things in a way that forces them to have to get to those exact places. And it doesn't always work out like that. In fact, I would say it rarely works out like that. In a ton of these levels, there have ended up being multiple solutions. In fact, I like over half for sure. There's at least one, unusual movement or like unanticipated thing that you can do, and you can totally beat the level because again, all that matters is that all 8 switches are on. And we got to a point at one point we had to think about that and ask ourselves, is that what we want? Do we like that sort of liberty? And we decided that yes, because you look at the game and like you could definitely make a case. It's not much to look at. It looks maybe sterile or like even prescribed is kind of a word that I've used. And so we felt like having multiple solutions to a lot of these puzzles was a great counterbalance to that. Something that looks very didactic and top down is actually affords you quite a bit of freedom in a lot of these places. And I've definitely heard from people who played the game, they're not even sure if they solved the puzzle the right way, but they still solved the puzzle. We eventually decided that we consider that very much a feature of the game and not any kind of bug for the most part.
I love that. It's not a bug, it's a feature. But no, that actually really does sound like genuinely a really cool element to this, because it's kind of like everybody's experience solving the puzzle is their own. And I know for me, when I play a puzzle game, I almost like that feeling of, I don't even know if this is the right way to do this, but this is how I did it, because it just makes you feel like, hey, I did it and it's my way.
I think it works also pretty well for our game because of the switch nature of it. You know, you're sort of making these like 4 different distinct movements as you go through a puzzle. So even if you're able to, you know, kind of cheese us out of one of them, you're still probably being tested on the other 3. And like, it's sort of just, eventually you're going to have to prove to us that you know how to do this type of thing. But in the short term for the player, it just lets them get out of a tight spot. You know, it lets them move on to the next thing, which, we've noticed that people seem to really enjoy overall. The freedom that it's not just totally top down. Now, obviously, that also has the effect for us where it lets us be a little ambiguous about the puzzle. It makes us have to tell you, like, you kind of need a plan to get through this because it's not necessarily clear which switches go with which. Like, you know, in most levels, I think there's 2 or maybe even 4 switches that kind of clearly go with each other, kind of like the 2 that Kyle just hit right there. But not totally clear what the other 3 pairings are in this particular level. So that added ambiguity also kind of enhances the puzzle effect we found.
We had a great follow-up question kind of related to this discussion from Faith T in Twitch chat, who asks, what do you consider a fun puzzle versus a frustrating puzzle? Like, what elements about a puzzle give it a distinct feeling? I was actually wondering about this too, because I feel like sometimes, like, if you spend just like 10 seconds too long on like a level, that's the moment it doesn't become fun anymore. Like, but I feel like the timing is probably important for that too.
For sure, and I think it's very hard for any puzzle game to nail it all the time. So I consider a fun puzzle to be either, you know, one that clearly, like, you were able to think about it and come up with a plan, and then your plan worked. And I think all 3 of those things are kind of important for something to be fun. I think it's a bonus if the plan involved doing something that you weren't really sure would work or were surprised in a good way that it worked. But for me, a fun puzzle is when you sit down, you think about it, and then you're also able to execute it. You don't feel like the game is working against you in the execution. And I think a frustrating puzzle is kind of when that last part isn't true. So like, you've come up with a plan, but it's hard to execute, and you feel like because the game is being too picky, you can't actually execute your plan. I'm not gonna lie, there might be some places like that in our game, but again, I think it's hard for any puzzle game to nail that 100% of the time. So yeah, that's kind of where I would draw the line between fun and frustrating. And on the note of, I guess I would add one thing that I would say generally in our game, we try to, you know, we're a puzzle platformer, and there are some levels where we try to be more puzzly about things, and then there's some levels where we try to be more platformy about things. And I would say usually we've tried to, if we're going to be more platformy about things, we're going to be more clear about which switches go together. Like, it'll be obvious sort of what you need to do, but it might be hard to do it. We really tried to shy away from, it's not clear what you need to do, and it's not clear that you're even going to be able to do it. Like, that's sort of the bad part of the Venn diagram.
And on the note of talking about frustrating puzzles, I am very curious to know, especially because, you know, you all worked on creating these puzzles, if there are any in specific that you personally like really rage at, that jump to mind, or that you really have a difficult time working your way through. If there's any that pop in your head where you're like, oh, I can't stand playing this one, even though I made it.
Yeah, Kyle, could you go to same world actually, 8-9.
You knew immediately which one right away.
I have a little thing over here. Call this the flux capacitor level. This one absolutely kills me every single time. Like,
oh my gosh.
Our game came out last week, and I've been playing through it, you know, checking for bugs and stuff. But I got to world 8, and especially this level, and I just like, oh my, I have to put this down right now. I don't think this is even that hard. I mean, it's the back end of world 8. It should be hard at this point. It's not crazy, but it just kills me. For some reason, I have a difficult time visualizing this. It uses a rotation mechanic, as you can see Kyle doing. So like those already, the stakes are pretty well raised. Like it's kind of tough to visualize how the level is going to rotate for you.
Even the Twitch stream doesn't like it. It's like, this is too much. Nope, gotta nope out of here.
we try to ramp you up to this, but it's still tough. Yeah, like honestly, as I remembered just the other day, the back end of World 8 is, I think World 8's the toughest. If you get through World 8, to me, you've kind of beaten the game. And there are definitely some puzzles in like World 9 and 10 that are tough also. Yes, even my own puzzles that I've designed, I find to sometimes be pretty difficult.
They kind of have like a life of their own. They become their own antagonists to you.
For sure. And like, if I don't play them for like, I don't know, a 2 days, I'll just sort of forget like the process. Like once I get back in it and I actually spend some time on it, I can remember what I was thinking. Although there are some levels where I go through it and I'm just like, I don't even remember if I meant to do this or not.
Actually, so we have a question that came up in Twitch chat, which kind of ties into something I wanted to ask you about. Kind of like, what is like the inspiration behind this game as far as content-wise? Like, have any Flash games from like Armor Games or Addicting Games or Newgrounds have like an influence on this game? Like, I know like the concept itself kind of just came out of thin air for you guys at the Game Jam, but like I feel like there's definitely some like kind of those old like Flash like websites we used to go visit when we were kids, like kind of baked into like the design of this.
Yeah, Kyle, do you wanna take that one?
Yeah, so really V is probably the strongest of the Flash games. I think that actually was a Flash game originally, right?
I think that's right, yeah.
And so yeah, that's definitely the strongest because, you know, in my opinion, that game is a platformer without a jump button. And so that's something that like I really like from a design standpoint is if you take a typical trope, you know, like you jump in all platformers, if you take that jump away, what does the game now look like? So that's really been like the biggest like influence. And I think something that was really interesting as part of the design, like as you know, as we spent 1.5 years on the game, is finding what doesn't work, taking things that we like in games and trying to apply it to this game and then figuring out, oh, that's not actually what this game wants to be. Right. So like I'm a huge like narrative game fan. So that was like one of the first things that I'm like, oh, yeah, let's put a narrative in this. And so I kind of wrote like just a little sample story just to like get it out there. And then we had like a little like maybe just like 5-10 levels. And then we kind of played through it. And Patrick and I were both like, yeah, this just doesn't feel right for this game. And so it's surprising to me how much of this is figuring out what your game is not versus what it is.
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, this is our first game that we've ever done, not only together, but pretty much at all. And I think this is pretty common in game development from what I've learned, but there's a lot that ends up on the cutting room floor that you just sort of, or let me put it this way, there's a lot that probably should end up on the cutting room floor because you should be trying a lot of ideas, but like a lot of them probably don't work that great. And like we had a concept of enemies in this game at one point, like cannons that would shoot bullets at you, but it just wasn't quite this game. And there's a lot of stuff that is probably still in the game somewhere, but that we didn't actually end up using in any levels.
So you mentioned that this is your first game. That's huge, and it just came out, and it's available now to download and play. How was launch for you, and how exciting was it to finally be able to push your game live and have it accessible to people?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'll speak for myself. I'm interested to hear what Kyle says. For me, it was great. It was just sort of like a weight off our shoulders, almost like a literal weight off the shoulders in the WAIT sense, because we had been kind of sitting on the game for a month, waiting for like Nintendo to approve it or whatever. It felt like the game was kind of done a few months ago, but to actually finally be able to like, here it is, world, take it, was great for me. I don't know. How do you feel, Kyle?
Oh, that's extremely accurate. And another thing that I think is just really cool is, like when the day was after launch, it's like I'll start Googling Deleveled and see who's playing it and see what shows up on Twitter and all that. And it's just one of the coolest things that I saw someone upload like a perfect run through of World 1. And it's like sometimes during puzzle games, I can't figure it out. So I'll go and look for that stuff. And then seeing someone else do that for this game was just incredibly awesome to see. So it's just
It's
both,
really-
you know, as you said, just great to wait, but then just awesome to see the stuff that comes out that people are doing.
It's really cool to go to Twitch and click on like the videos tab for our game and just see this like wall of people who play Deleveled. It's really cool. It's really fun also to watch some of those videos and see people literally doing things that I've never seen before, because you know we've play tested it with people before, but not like hundreds of people in the world. So it's been really cool to just see people have some of those aha moments that I've personally had with this game, or like I just sort of know the feeling that they're having. It's been a really fun launch. It's really nice to have the game out for sure.
So you both talked a little bit about kind of, you know, exploring Twitch and seeing your game being showcased, but what would you both say is kind of your ultimate favorite part about getting to see other people experience your game? Is it kind of what you were talking about, where you're seeing them do things that you didn't even know they could do? Or is there something else that just really sticks with you that makes you go, wow, this is really a cool thing about getting to make and share a game?
I think for me, honestly, I really love seeing smiles on people's faces when they're playing the game. There are some kind of secret levels that are really tough that are not, they're kind of like, they're very much platformy levels, not puzzle levels. And I was watching a video of a guy just yesterday, actually, and he had clearly been working at this really tough, but very, like this really compact, but precision platformy type of challenge. And once he finally got it, he had this relief smile on his face, and I'm a sucker for that. I just like seeing people have fun. I mean, when you make something, you love seeing people enjoy it, right? And for me, that has been very fulfilling. I'm glad that people seem to be enjoying the game. But yeah, what do you think, Kyle? What's been your favorite part?
Yeah, that's definitely a big one. And another thing I'd like to add on is it's really fun to like watch people stream and then show up and then start talking about the game and they'll be like, wait, is that one of the developers? And kind of seeing their reaction, then they'll start asking about the game and kind of more of a and I think that's one of the great things about PAX being in person too, was talking to the people that showed up and really liked the game and wanted to know about the design and, you know, the kind of behind the curtains. So it's been a lot of fun, just the interactions with the fans and people playing it too. It's a huge part about this that I've loved.
So as we're wrapping up here, we just wanted to ask you where and how can we get Deleveled and what platforms is it on?
Deleveled is on Steam, Switch, Xbox One, and PlayStation 4. It's $10, and our website is deleveledgame.com. But yeah, any of your favorite eShops, except Steam. I don't know. Steam might not be your favorite eShop, but I don't know. Anyway, I apologize if anybody from Valve is listening to that. But yeah, Steam, Switch, Xbox, and PlayStation, and it is out now.
And where can everybody? Oh, we both went to do the same thing at the same moment. Where can everybody follow you to keep up with your games and your projects and see kind of what you're doing in the future?
Yeah, so our Twitter account for the game is at Deleveled Game. Kyle is at Toaster Fuel, and I am at JP Nance on Twitter. And those are definitely our main outlets into social media. So yeah, right there.
Well, thank you both so much for hopping on here and chatting with us.
Thank
I can't
you.
believe how quickly this flew by. This was so much fun, and you clearly are both very passionate and talented. And just thank you so much for opening up and sharing all of your experiences with us.
Cool,
but we're going to be you off for now,
Thank
but
you.
we'll have you guys back on later on for the Q&A block. So if you are out there in the audience watching and you want to ask these guys some questions, make sure you stick around for the Q&A later on. We're going to toss to a trailer, but when we come back, we're going to be back with Letterbound, which is a super fun, Scrabbly word game. So stick around for that. We'll be right back.
Hello, all, and welcome back to the Seattle Indies Online Expo stream. Today, right now, we're going to be looking at Letterbound, and we have with us Meg and a new guest on here, and we also have Mac and Cheese, please, who will be helping to ask questions about this game. And we also have with us our developer, Rusty. Meg, can you introduce our new special guest with us today?
Sure, this is my boyfriend, Mr. Fig, and he and I are basically going to be playing some of the game here for you guys. We're going to be doing the local co-op together. And we both have it's 2 p.m., so to say we have early morning brains. Kind of silly, but for us, who are night owls, we have early morning brain. So words are hard, and this should be a lot of fun. We played it together a little bit yesterday to test it out, and it was very chaotic and fun. So very, very excited for this one. And thank you, Mac and Rusty, for joining us.
Hello.
Hi, yeah, Rusty, tell me about this game. At the basics, tell me all about it. This looks like a lot of fun. I can see a bunch of inspiration, so tell me everything.
Yeah, I have been a big fan of board games for a long time. Obviously love Scrabble and other games, so that influence should hopefully be pretty obvious. I am also a really big fan. Also a really big fan of local co-op games. One of my favorite things is to play couch co-op games with my wife, with my friends. And being that we are all stuck inside right now due to COVID, I wanted to make sure that I was spending my time working on a game that people could sit down on their couches and play with their friends. So that is somewhat, that's actually not how Letterbound was born. That was kind of COVID happening this year was more motivation to kind of continue to push on the game to make sure that we can get something out for people during these trying times. So yeah, my love for co-op games and my love for word games really helped inspire this. You know, I was hanging out with kind of a new group of friends last fall when the development of the game started, and we were playing a lot of local co-op games, and they were introducing me to some new board games and card games, and through all of that, Letterbound was just kind of born, and I got a chance to try it out with them, and you know, within I would say the first month or so, we just found ourselves having a lot of fun and laughing and working together and messing with each other. And I felt like that was a good sign to progress the development of the game.
So we've been
Very
already
cool.
seeing a lot of jokes in Twitch chat about how this is overspelled or Scrabble overcooked or overwording. So we definitely wanted to ask you kind of like, what was your design inspiration for this game? Like, do you have like a fondness for like, you know, Scrabble in particular? And obviously there's a lot of comparisons to be made to, you know, Overcooked. Can you tell us a little bit more about like the design inspiration for like why you chose this particular concept and like mechanic to go together?
Yeah, for sure. So what is being played right now is the 7-level demo that is available on Steam. And one of the goals of this demo was essentially to make sure that people could pick it up and play it, you know, without the designer and developer hovering over their shoulder and explaining how to play it. So a lot of these levels that you're going to see are super early on mechanics. They're gonna look a lot like some of the mechanics that you see in Scrabble. You'll see some multipliers and other kind of Scrabble mechanics later on. But if you've ever played the board game / card game Hardback, recommend those that are interested in board games, card games, go out and try that out. That will actually give you some insight to some of the later levels of Letterbound. And again, that's one of those games that me and my friends started playing that I just fell in love with and started to think about in terms of this sort of thing here. So that was actually a really big inspiration for me. And the other thing that in playing Hardback, you know, obviously playing Overcooked and loving that, one of the things that I think you know, some of the early development of Letterbound fell prey to was something called the quarterbacking problem. And so the quarterbacking problem is where if you have 4 people playing the game and one person is a really great speller, they're going to be doing all of the spelling. And so that's not really a ton of fun for everyone playing the game. You know, and if you look at Overcooked, oftentimes when you watch people play or you play yourself, people kind of divvy themselves up into roles. I'm going to slice cucumbers, you go get the fish, you know, and so it's really kind of broken up, and there's a real sense of teamwork that early levels of Letterbound doesn't quite have. It's more everyone trying to spell words as fast as they can. And so if you look at the rules of Hardback, you know, you start to delineate, or you start to see the various tasks that will kind of come online as the game progresses. That kind of makes it a little bit more like Overcooked. And that was something that's really important to me, because I wanted people to feel like they were working together and not just, you know, having the highest score because one person, they brought their best spelling friend in and they just started doing really awesome. I don't think anyone wants that. So, yeah.
Yeah, as someone
That's
who's
really
not
cool.
a good speller, like this game makes me a little nervous when it's spitting out a bunch of letters. Is there some sort of like algorithm or something to help make it so that you're not getting locked into like, uh-oh, I don't know how to spell anything? Are there any tips or something like hey, like a letter will glow if you can actually use it, or?
Yeah, there are still, you know, there's still a number of design elements that we're working through, and I think that we're probably going to at least include those in a tutorial so people can get comfortable with the game. But another thing that is really helpful to know, I think, for people who want to try out the demo or play the game in the future is one way that we try to combat that is that we want to make sure that you are having a good time just spelling words.
Right.
Right. So even if you spell like the smallest of words, you know, a 3-letter word, a 4-letter word, we're going to try to make sure that you have an advantage to doing that. So at the bottom here, you can see "its rescue comes at great cost" is the phrase that is being trying to spell right now. And you don't have to spell that. You can just go off and spell your own words and you get points for that as well. But kind of under the hood in the engine, if you spell like car as an example there, the game will actually give you one of the letters that is required in that sentence. So as long as you keep spelling words in the game, you will eventually find all the letters that you need for the letters at the bottom. And so that is
really
one
cool. I
way.
didn't realize that. Yeah. So the letters, so the phrase at the bottom is the words that you're trying to spell. I guess I thought it was maybe a clue to what other words you could spell as well, or almost like is it Wheel of Fortune where there's like a general clue and you have to figure it out?
Yeah. Spoiler alert, that actually might be a mode like that later on in the game.
Okay.
A lot of people have noticed the kind of the flipping of the shelves, if you will, kind of looks like Wheel of Fortune. And we've actually had a few people say, hey, it would be really cool if you had like a clue at the bottom, very much like you have here. But then, you know, you only have certain letters exposed and you have to try to solve it in a certain amount of time.
Cool.
Kind of hinting at some of the other modes that will also be in the game later on.
Yeah, and speaking of modes, actually, can you tell us about the different modes in the game? There's like a full-length campaign, a battle mode, and educational mode. Can you tell us about those?
Yeah.
Yeah, the main focus of the game to start was on the campaign mode. It's typically what I play when I play games like Overcooked or Moving Out, just because I love the challenge of figuring out how to increment difficulty, increment the design so that people understand how to play the game. And so there's going to be a full-fledged campaign that takes place in kind of a steampunk world. I don't want to say too much about the story yet, but I think the whole thing is going to be kind of told as a flashback, and you're going to learn a lot about the central characters of the game. So that'll be really fun, and you know, there'll be a good chunk of levels there with a lot of unlockables and things that you traditionally see in these sort of games. The battle mode, which I think we're hopefully going to get to a little bit later on, is essentially a 4-player who's the best speller sort of mode where everyone can kind of go and pick up different letters from like a centralized area and bring it back to their area and try to spell. And I wanted to make sure that people that, you know, kind of get really competitive about their spelling chops have the ability to do so without too much interference from other players. You know, we want to make sure that, you know, players aren't just like ripping tiles off of other players as they're trying to spell things. So, I mean, that is a lot of fun.
That would be me. I'm very competitive with myself and like the games I do, so that would be me.
I need this letter.
Yeah, so you know, there's still a lot of design decisions around battle mode. You know, maybe there is a mode that is a little bit more chaotic, where you can just go rip things off, and it's really more about like moving around the board. But I also wanted to make sure that people also have the space to be able to spell because they know how to spell big long words or being super clever. So I think there's going to be a mix there. And go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, we had a really good question from Equinox in a chat about the spelling of offensive words. Is it possible to spell offensive words, or are they not counted, or?
Oh man, I'm really nervous about giving an answer live on stream.
Okay. No pressure. No pressure.
Yeah. I will say that is something that has been considered for sure, and that you know, we believe that this game is going to find its way into the hands of parents and educators so that they can play with their children, and so having some sort of filter there to reject words that are more on the naughty side will absolutely be a final element of the game. For this version of the game, anything can be spelled, and anything that is in essentially the Scrabble dictionary or a similar like dictionary of English words. I think there's something like 450,000 English words in there right now. And so, you know, if it is actually a word, regardless of whether it's offensive or not, it will go in. But we would like to leave the option for being able to spell those words up to the players themselves or the parents and educators based upon who they're working with.
Is there room? Nope, sorry.
Oh, sorry, no. Mac and cheese, go ahead. No.
Oh, I was going to say, is there room later down the line on the roadmap to allow maybe like Spanish or other languages to be able to spell?
Yeah, that's a great question. So yeah, to get into some of the educational aspects, you know, we have, you know, that's an important aspect of the game for me. I have a lot of friends whose children, you know, they're turning 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 this year. and they've seen the game, like, oh, I could really use this as a means of helping my child, especially during COVID, right, when online schooling is a lot more difficult for people. Using levels almost as flashcards to help people spell. And the question of translation has come up a number of times into other, at other kind of events. And I think that, first and foremost, the game actually already is going to be pretty difficult to translate into other languages. We definitely have plans to do that. But because of the design of the game and the layout of the levels, that is going to prove challenging. But beyond that, though, people have asked, can this game be a sort of Rosetta Stone for people that are trying to learn other languages? And that isn't something that we had initially planned for, but I think it's an absolutely stellar idea. And, I think that once, we release the game, we get the initial version with the campaign, battle, and education mode, that having some sort of additional online pack that you could go and download and practice Spanish or French or any other language is something that we, we're taking very seriously in terms of as a good idea.
Very cool.
Honestly, a lot of like my childhood memories of the games I played as a kid are like educational games, like Mavis Bacon teaches typing and all that jazz, like learning how to do basic. Jumpstart. Oh my goodness, the memories. So I think it's really cool that that there is like an educational mode for this, because we need like more educational games, and like some of the best educational games out there are still like these games from like the 90s that maybe don't work as well nowadays. So it's really cool to see like more developers like creating games in this niche that need to be filled. Absolutely. OMG Jumpstart. Chat is going off in nostalgia.
I mean, for me, I also love older games. I remember playing a lot of educational games in classroom when I was younger. I don't know if anyone's ever played Number Munchers, but that's pretty much how I learned to do math when I was a child. So I was like, I'm either going to make Number Munchers or Letterbound. I don't know. We'll see how it's my fault.
Sorry, go ahead, Rusty.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, Meg had noticed on Steam that the art design for this game is inspired by 1920s newspaper printing factories. What kind of made you choose to take that direction with the environments and characters in the game? Like, that's a super cool setting, but like, why did you pick that?
And the music.
Yeah, I could talk a little bit about that too. I actually have a little bit of background in some of my early education in university was actually around publishing and print and bookmaking and kind of turning the just the tools in order to promote literature. And I didn't end up going that route fully for my college degree, but that is some of the background I think that helped inspire this. I also just love the kind of diesel punk, steampunk aesthetic. I find a lot of great images on Pinterest and trying to think through what the visual design of the game was going to be early on. And I just thought that would be a super fun world, that would have hover cars and zeppelins and trains, and I think also a lot of young people, they will be like, oh, it's super cool to ride in a hover car or be riding on the top of a train, so I think from a design standpoint, some of those ideas really cemented some of the gameplay that would happen later on as well. I think the original design was also going to take place just inside of a printing factory, and you were going to be working your way up to the top or maybe down into like the depths of the factory. And I kind of had a realization that games like Overcooked don't take place just inside of a kitchen, and that there's a wider world out there, and that helped inspire some of these other locations as well. And then as for the music, I wanted to give a shout out to Disco Cactus. Disco Cactus is a New York City-based band that helped create some of the music for the game. There's been a lot of positive feedback about the music. It's probably one of the first things that people notice when they play. And a local musician of mine kind of hooked me up with them earlier on in the year, and I just fell in love with their music, and I thought kind of the ragtime sound was great and just brought a certain sense of whimsy to the game that I thought was really important. and in a lot of ways helped inspire some of the art design as well, and some of the motion of the characters and some of the dancing that you see when you're solving. And so big shout out to them for just doing such a great job with it. And I think it was also really nice for them too. I know the composer Ben Wallace, he, I think in kind of the circles that he runs in, a lot of people are like, you got to be more serious, you got to be more serious. And I kept telling him, hey, you got to make it more zany, you got to make it more zany. And for him, it was an opportunity to really unleash his creativity in a manner that he typically doesn't get to do. So yeah, big shout out to them. I absolutely love everything that they've done, and really looking forward to some more of the recordings as we get further into production.
Yeah, we
That
need
is
like
so
more
great.
like zaniness in the world too. Like,
Yes.
enough with the serious stuff. We have a lot of serious stuff going on. Let people be zany. Let people be a little
I
zany.
100% agree. Yes, yes.
So
someone
something
in
that
chat
I'm
noticed-
noticing.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. I was
please,
going to
please.
say something
No, no, go,
I
please, go
noticed as I'm playing here that I think is really cool is each of these levels has a lot of really interesting game mechanics. Like this one, we're able to move around the 2x multiplier. The letters come out of different places. Like this one, we have a lever that kind of makes letters come down. I'd love to hear a little bit more about some of the different mechanics that we can find in all of the different levels that really mix up the gameplay each time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, in one of the earlier levels, you saw that 2x multiplier kind of stapled to the board, so it's in a single position for the entire level. And that was the first time we introduced that, and we wanted to make sure that people understood that mechanic, that it worked in a similar way as the 2x and the 3x's from Scrabble. And then, for this level, you have a little bit more control over it. It's like you can place that 2x or 3x in a place that's going to make the most sense for the level. So that sort of thing, that's that kind of UX design that kind of went into establishing kind of the flow of the early game. So that's definitely one of them for sure. The lever is, that's kind of an extension of, we knew that letters needed to come into the level some way. In a lot of the earlier levels, they just kind of would get spit out and you'd have to kind of work with them. And we also had a lot of feedback too about having so many letters on screen being overwhelming. And so one way to kind of diminish that sense of anxiety of having all of these words in front of you is to be able to choose when you want letters to be able to spell words. And so it gives a little bit more agency to the players playing the game to be able to control their experience.
Going back
to now.
Ooh. Wait, so what's going on here in battle mode, Meg? Can you kind of explain like how you
So
and
he and
Fig
I are
competing?
against each other now. We are not playing
Oh.
as a team anymore. Honestly, I'm not sure that we'll do too much better though. But we'll see. We lost that other level, but this is very, very fun. I love just the pure, like, chaotic sort of nature that's going on, but it also is unique from other games that are similar, I think, because this one you really have to, it's not so much just strategy of putting things in the right place, it's also you have to like make your brain work and think of, the right words that'll get you the most points. So really, really cool game.
Speaking of points, there was sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was saying there was a question in chat that said that they noticed numbers at the bottom of each letter. Is that similar to Scrabble where the letters are the points that you get, or how do the numbers correlate to everything?
Yeah, that is very similar to Scrabble, where if you use a Z, because it is a lot more uncommon, you're going to get more points using that in a word. So if someone were to spell Zag here on screen, they would get 26 points for that three-letter word without any additional multipliers or design elements coming into play.
Very cool. Very cool.
Oh, spelled name.
It's his
Spelled
name.
Fig's name.
Or his username.
Speaking of names, actually, Equinox asks in chat, do like city names count as words, or people's names count as words? Like besides like things like that, but like
yeah,
like with like York, like with like if you did like York and as in like New York City, would that like count as a word? I don't even know if York is a word. I don't know English.
So I think we're probably going to land on something similar to Scrabble, where there are no proper nouns and there are no names. That being said, I have not scrapped through every single one of the 450,000 words that are in here, so it's entirely possible that you could spell a name or a city or something like that. But I think the goal is ultimately to find a way to look through that list of words and kind of piece out some of those and maybe remove them, or maybe just have a mode that you can turn on and off. But as you start to get into things that are like human named, the variety in which you could spell just opens up greatly. So I think that's a great question. Not necessarily sure how to tackle it at the moment, but the foundation will be probably Scrabble-like in the way that you won't be able to spell proper names to start.
Going back to our discussion earlier about like the audio and the music, Hidden Level Audio asks in chat, did like you guys do like the sound, sound design for this game, or was the sound design also handled by Disco Cactus?
Yeah, for right now, it's just the soundtrack that is handled by Disco Cactus, and all of the sound design is done by me.
Okay.
I actually. Yeah, thanks. I actually think that the sound design is something that needs the most amount of work in the game right now, so I appreciate hearing good things about that. But I think there's going to be a pretty large effort to improve that over the course of production.
What is the status of the game right now? You've talked a lot about things that you want to add coming up and things coming up. Where are you now in the process?
That's a great question. What you see here and the demo that is currently available on Steam is about 6 months of work total, I would say.
Cool.
Some of the the development started last fall, but some of this has been derailed to a degree. I needed to go off and do a big fundraiser for COVID and a lot of the social issues that are arising. I've kind of put that stuff at the forefront at times throughout development. So, from I would say October to now, it's been about 6 months. But the current plan is to have a full release in Q2 of 2021. A lot of the design of the later levels have been finalized, and some of the design for the battle mode, as an example. So a lot of the work really at this point is around production, making sure that the visuals are, kind of the visuals on the later levels meet the visuals on the earlier levels. Continuing to work with the band to make sure, well, not to make sure, I mean, the music will be great because the band is great, but it does take time to record and for the composer to come up with the music itself. So a lot of it at this point is really, taking all of the design that's there and moving it into full production to bring the production values back up to what you see here in some of these earlier levels.
Very cool. Someone asks, Equinox asks, is this game going to have multiplayer online lobbies to play with randoms, or is it just couch co-op?
It's another great question. One of the things that I found in doing research on these style of games is that it's more often played with people on their couch. For whatever reason, maybe it's a really personalized experience. Maybe it's the nature of the design of the game, but it's really rad to sit down with your friends.
I see what you did there.
I promised myself I was going to do that with one. It's rad. It's super fun to sit down with your friends and be close to them, like in physical proximity, and play these games. And so I wanted to make sure that I focused on the local co-op version of the game first to nail that down and make sure that that was a great experience. I have had a lot of questions around the online element of the game. It's still a pretty big question mark at this point. I think it all kind of comes down to whether or not we can secure another developer to handle that aspect of it. People that part of the last event have been asking about online competitive tournaments, which I think is a great idea as well. But I want to make sure that we get this game out in a reasonable amount of time and focus on the core elements of the game that are here, and then hopefully, if we do decide that we have the time and the finances and we have the people to make a great online battle mode online experience, that we'll kind of tackle that closer to the end of production.
Yeah, this definitely seems like a game, like even just in the course of this discussion, like it's like there's a ton of features which could be added onto this game, but like getting it out and keeping it focused on like what you want to accomplish with it is like a super big challenge for any game designer. So props to you for staying focused on like knowing what your priorities are, because we all have great ideas for how to make it bigger. And every time I'm sure we say something, you're like, oh, that would take an extra year of development time.
Yeah, it's also pretty. Before this game, I worked on another game with a partner for about 3.5 years that never saw the light of day. And so, one of the pillars of this game is, to get it done, to get it out. Because, that was kind of really sad that didn't happen. And so I wanted to make sure that this was definitely in scope to be able to get this out to people and finish it in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, and canceled games like happen quite a lot in the industry, so that's like not really a big surprise. But it's always good to learn from the past and to have something finished in your like career and whatnot is really cool and always worth striving for.
Yeah. I will also add for those trying battle mode at home that hoarding letters in battle mode is not always the best course of action.
No, it's not. I can definitely say hoarding letters, it's chaotic. But I'm really having fun messing with him and running over and like messing up his words as he's writing them. I highly recommend that you all, if you have somebody to play with, download this and play together, because this is so fun. I'm really having a ball over here.
Awesome, thanks.
Speaking of which, where can we pick up like this game from, and what platforms is it on while like it's in development, and also when it'll be published?
Right. Yeah, a lot of questions there. The game can be downloaded on Steam at the moment. The demo for the game can be downloaded on Steam. If you go to letterbound.io, the website, there's a link out to that Steam page, and you can download the demo. The game it will probably be available for the course of production as a demo on Steam on PC. But the ultimate goal for the game is definitely to get it onto Switch. It feels like the right platform to be on Switch with the local co-op. And we're also hoping to be on current generation of Microsoft and Sony's platforms, and hopefully the next as well. But we don't actually have a publisher at the moment, and so I think that is something that we're looking at this fall, and I think that working with them will also help dictate probably the order in which the game comes to those platforms, what makes sense from like a marketing and PR perspective. So my hope is that it's on everything and that it's available to as many people worldwide as it can be. But I think there's just a lot of question marks about the order and when those things will be released to people.
Publishers in the chat, sound off, sound off.
With our last couple of minutes that we have you, where can people find you and to follow you for your future projects and your current projects?
Cool. Yeah, I am at Rustopheles on Twitter. You can also find me on Facebook and Instagram if you want to follow along there as well. Letterbound.io is the website. We'll have news and updates there throughout the course of development. And we also have a Discord channel as well that is available on the website. And we've already had a lot of great people join the Discord and give feedback and mention bugs and do fan art, which is really great. So yeah, I think we had one person. It was one of the warmest things, one of the most wonderful things that has happened to me so far is someone randomly found the game on Twitter. They're a 2D pixel artist, came to the Discord channel and said, "Hey, I've turned your 3D polygonal characters into pixels," and handed us this beautiful piece of art that is all these 8-bit pixels of these four characters you can play in the game. So that was like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm like, oh, I don't even need anything else. That was so heartwarming.
I love that.
That's wonderful to hear. Thank you so much for coming on stream today for the Seattle Indies Online Expo and showing us Letterbound. And thank you, Meg and Fig, for demonstrating this wonderful game for us. We're super excited to see where it goes. And please, everyone in chat, please follow those respective links to keep up to date about the game. And we will see you later, Rusty, for the live Q&A coming up in a little bit. Right now, we're going to jump to a trailer for our next game that we're going to show, which is Breakpoint. So we will catch y'all soon after that.
Thank you, everyone.
Heyo.
Everybody! Woohoo! Welcome back to day 3 of Seattle Indies Expo Online. I'm Meg Kayley, and I'm back again with my co-host Zolaire, and we are joined by some wonderful developers for the game Breakpoint. Nick and Ed, thank you so much for being here. Can you introduce yourselves and tell us what you do?
Sure. Thank you for guys having us on. I'm Nick, and I'm the primary designer and artist of this game, Breakpoint.
And I'm Ed. I'm the engineer, just mainly programmer on Breakpoint.
That's awesome. Super excited to get to talk to you about this game. I think one of the things that I would love to hear about is a little bit more about the combat, but I think a good place to start would be kind of just a general overview of the game itself, and obviously the combat's a big part of that. So tell us about Breakpoint and what we can expect from playing this game.
Sure. Essentially, as you can see, it's inspired a lot by arcade classics like Geometry Wars. But the combat is twin stick without shooting. So you just have melee weapons. You'll be switching between a variety of different melee weapons like axes and hammers. And you'll be using the weapon's durability, which every time people hear weapon durability, it's like, oh, seriously? That sucks. It's actually kind of cool in this game because whenever your durability depletes, your weapon explodes. And as a result, just wipes out everything in the vicinity. So you use that to your advantage. So instead of having a bomb, which is sort of your reset mechanic in most twin stick arcade games, you use the explosion to clear the area. It's not accessible all the time. You have to use it strategically, but you can use it to wipe out tons and tons of enemies.
Man, I wish my weapons did that in other games.
Shout out to Mac and Cheese, please, for presenting the game on stream for us.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, she is off screen playing, and she's doing great so far, especially considering, the combat, especially it seems like when you get to later levels, is very, very intense, and you just kind of got to just keep going without any moment of quiet, which I think is a lot of fun and very intense. So can you talk to me about how you created that type of experience?
Sure. I think the way we designed it was primarily for essentially horde mode. Arcade games like this basically just have waves and waves of enemies coming in. And as both the time and some sort of back-end kind of algorithm determines, you can accelerate how fast enemies come in based upon your performance in some way. But essentially, as you perform successfully, the game gets successively more difficult. So it's kind of like a proving kind of thing. You've already proven you can face off against some of the more simple enemies. We'll start throwing more enemies, and then also enemies with a few different types of behavior patterns that change and alter things that require slightly different types of behavior patterns from you, and require you to know your enemy quite a bit more, in addition to just throwing a lot of enemies at you. So it's about juggling back and forth between knowing what you should prioritize, which enemies to kind of corral into the right area, and then also understanding which enemies are maybe unapproachable for certain reasons, like you don't want to hit or destroy this enemy quite yet because something might happen when they die, or maybe some enemies are just impenetrable because their defenses they're unable to be attacked because of one reason or another. So you kind of have to prioritize certain enemies over others as you play.
Yeah, and another thing I'll add there, the explosion mechanic naturally lends itself to a flow of like, oh, like I'm, it's so awesome, and then, oh, I'm so vulnerable. So those moments of quiet do actually happen, like right after you explode your weapon, as long as you've exploded it, in the vicinity of enemies, all of those enemies will go away, and then you're like, okay, now I get the moment to rest.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about the different types of enemies in the game?
Sure. There's, I think, about 11 or 12 different types of enemies. Those green little guys there, internally we call them darts, and they'll be referenced that way inside the tips section. We have like those big purple brutes. We actually call those guys brutes.
Those bruisers, I believe, is internally.
That's right. It's been a while since I looked at the internal documents. Bruisers, because they kind of look like bouncers, and they kind of just like shuffle their way at you, and they kind of hustle you. They're kind of boneheaded too, because they don't really they charge at you, and then they slow down whenever they miss you. So they look kind of boneheaded. They're basically, you have a combination of enemies that just basically charge at you and are very simple to kill. and then enemies that have high health. You see those little red pulsating circles on the edge of the arena there just a moment ago. They were mines. Essentially, if you destroy those, they will generate bullets. So if you destroy a bunch of them at once, you'll essentially create like a bullet curtain or a bullet hell. Some games call them. And then other enemies will just actually shoot small, slow-moving darts at you. Projectiles, yeah, not darts. So there'll be other enemies later on, enemies that will guard other enemies, for example, when they're in their vicinity, or there'll be other enemies that will protect themselves from certain types of things that are usually at your advantage. Say, for example, there's an enemy that protects itself against explosions, so you can't destroy it by explosions, you just have to hit it a lot. And there's a different type of enemy that will protect itself against hits, which can only be killed by explosions. So you have to corral these enemies kind of smartly throughout the arena, or else you'll find yourself cornered by one or two of these enemies.
Yeah, then there's another enemy that's so we get compared to Tron a lot, right? Because we have like the glowing neon aesthetic.
Yeah.
And there's totally an
Give
enemy
neon
that is
colors.
just a Tron bike.
Yeah.
There's a Tron bike that like creates a wall behind it as it moves. So just a shout out for Tron there.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's interesting to hear about.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say it's
no,
really
go ahead.
interesting to hear about how, strategy kind of factors into the combat a little bit, especially with that enemy you talked about that, you can only kill them by exploding on them. That sounds super intense and cool because it's not necessarily a strategy game, but it has strategy elements, which I really like a lot. And like Zolaire was going to mention, we have a question from Equinox in the chat who asks if you have boss levels, and I'm definitely curious to hear about that as well.
Boss levels was actually something that we considered early on. We really wanted to. There was a few games that didn't necessarily inspire us, but definitely informed the production of the game as we were developing it. And we saw bosses as a potential thing that we really wanted to do. Eventually, as we were narrowing down our scope for the release of the game, which is coming soon, we had to cut out bosses just because it was going to become kind of this multifaceted development work kind of thing, and we essentially just said maybe we'll consider in the future, maybe a patch, maybe for Breakpoint 2 if that ever happens. But just basically, like, the idea is it's great, it's a really cool idea, and I think we would really consider things like multi-part bosses, or bosses that are huge with like arms and legs that you can break off or something like that, or bosses that have like cannons that have like you can destroy each cannon individually. Things like that would be like, I mean, I remember adding things like that to the design doc, like, ooh, this would be really cool to add into the game. But it ran out of scope. We would have been too big of a game, I think, to kind of make a game of that caliber. So not for now, but I think potentially in the future for some other thing.
I love that you're already kind of looking ahead to Breakpoint 2. I think that's such a great mindset to have, when you're
I heard it in my head when I was saying it. I was just like, I have to be careful not to say this too, as if it's like a certain thing. I'm like, I'm still very focused on releasing this game. So
of course,
it's scary to add a 2 to the end and feel like there's any certainty to it.
Yeah, I think from watching this gameplay, one of the things that I really, really think is cool about this game and unique is what you talked about, how there's no ranged attack. We have to rely on melee. You have to be up close and personal with all of the action. And I would love to hear a little bit more about, during the development process, kind of the decision you made, to not have ranged attacks and to focus solely on melee.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. So this was also, along with Deleveled that was shown earlier, this was conceived at one of the Seattle Indies game jams. And
not the same one that they had.
Not
done,
the same
but
one, yeah. I think ours was a year later. So we started it there. The theme for that gem was intentionally broken. And, we were just ideating on ideas, and Nick was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if you wanted to break your weapon because like the weapon shattered into 1,000,000 pieces and then like anime style went into all your enemies or something like that. so
Final
that
Fantasy
was
7.
Essentially, yeah.
So that was the core of the idea. That was like the like we all latched onto that. We're like, oh yeah, like that's the idea right there, right? And then from there, we finessed out the art style and all of that. since it was a game jam, it was even more limited scope than what we eventually landed on for Breakpoint. So we were like, okay, what's an art style we can execute on? I think Nick was thinking about like Hotline Miami, like is that doable? Eventually, we just settled on this neon shape aesthetic art style, so we could accomplish it in time for the jam. So actually, we kind of went from it backwards. Like we weren't like, oh yeah, like let's do a twin stick slasher, let's do a twin stick with melee weapons. It was more like, oh, like what fits this explosion mechanic, and then what can we put in?
Right, that's kind of one of the beauties, I think. Exactly. I think especially it's kind of necessary for game jams to think about the functions of what you want to focus your design around, and then also what is accomplishable by the team at the time. This was something that we could do, and something that we eventually finessed out to be something that was, something we'd be proud of doing later on. But at the time, like one of the reasons why we didn't really want to, like, first of all, to get back to the question, one of the reasons why we didn't want to do shooting was because shooting's been done before, and we really wanted to latch onto the idea of melee weapons being the forefront of combat. And I like the idea of like making Ed and I in the several projects that we've made, we really like punchy kinetic combat. So just kind of getting into your face and having the flow of moving in and out of combat was something we really liked. And I think for this game, we really wanted to focus on the idea of like, let's punch everything up to 11. Let's make it like super in your face about. I think Ed and I had really in the past been really subtle about a lot of our designs, and we wanted to make sure that let's just go out with a bang with this one. This is probably going to be like one of the last jams I think at the time that we were thinking of participating in together in physical space together. And so let's just really have fun with this and go overboard with everything, the visual style, the bloom, the chromatic aberration, being in your face, explosions, like everything here. We just want to go in your face about, even including the audio. When we were working with Mac at the time during the jam, our music composer, I was like, you know what, this is everything you thought, like everything you wanted to hold yourself back from, just like unchain yourself from that. Just do all the things, like louder than everything else, be in your face about everything else. This is a game that thinks it's serious and takes itself very seriously, but in reality, it's kind of just like kind of silly, but kind of endearing in how serious it takes itself, despite just being a Geometry Wars game. Like it's kind of silly, it's kind of in your face, but we really love the fact that it's like super neon glowy, kind of silly, and kind of like pulse pounding, intense, but it's like, it's still just an arcade game. So we just really wanted to have fun with that aspect of it.
So you touched a bit on some of the sound design there, and I think that one of the really cool things about audio in games is the way that it really can add to that intensity, or in, like a horror game, it makes the game scarier because you have this creepy, eerie music. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about how you worked with your composer to kind of capture that intensity and add to this very intense combat experience that we have here in this game.
Yeah, it was definitely a learning process for us all, because this was one of the first times we'd actually worked with a composer for real. We had other smaller projects that were like, yeah, just make some music, whatever you like. Since this was since this was like maybe more of a serious project, it was definitely a learning process for us all. So we basically it ended up just being a lot of iteration. Mac would send us a build, or not a build in this case, a draft. So he would send us a draft of the music, and then I'd be like, okay, like here's what we like, here's what we don't. Talk with Nick about it, like what do you like about this, what don't you like about this, and then send it back to Mac and just get another revision. And then we just did that, maybe 3 or 4 times, I can't remember, until we were happy with it.
This game also does a few interesting things in-game as far as the music goes. We really wanted the music to feel like you were inside it, so there's a lot of like sound ducking whenever explosions happen, and then also just the music on beat, it pulses the environment. There's a slight, it's a little hard to see with the in the stream, but on every 4th beat, Ed?
Every downbeat, the first beat.
Every downbeat, yeah. The camera zooms sort of, you can kind of see the glowy outlines of the arena outline there. That's the pulse of the music, basically. So it kind of feels like it's trapping you in the intensity of the game. This was inspired by a lot of games where we felt like just being in it and looking into the game visually kind of brought you into the atmosphere of the game. What was Terry Kavanaugh's game? The game
Super
where
Hexagon?
you're just a triangle? Super Hexagon, yeah. Super Hexagon was actually a really big inspiration behind that. I remember when I would look into Super Hexagon's kind of like spinning dial kind of thing, the environment for that it pulses like crazy. But it's something that you have to parse visually from your own perspective, because it's something you just have to deal with, because it's just constantly happening. So you have to deal with like the arena zooming in and zooming out, and then you have to like navigate this triangle in and out of this maze. So I thought like this would be interesting. No, we're not going to make it as intense and in your face as that, but we are going to kind of like pay tribute to the music and help you kind of draw your attention towards the music and help the music add to the intensity of your experience.
Yeah, shout outs to Colin Vandervoort for doing a lot of the sound design and engineering.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
So earlier you touched a bit on, the fact that there's different weapons that we can get. And we have another question also from Equinox in the chat, who asks, are weapons random drops? Can you choose weapons?
They are random drops, yeah. So they some of these bigger guys, like the bruisers or the sharpshooter who's shooting bullets at you, they can drop weapons randomly.
Yep.
Yeah, Nick can talk more about the design of that if you'd like.
The smaller guys are just guys that give you points, and they'll just swarm you. So they're really just a threat just because of their numbers. The larger guys are a threat because of their particular qualities, but they're also, as a result of and a reward for destroying them, they'll drop either a multiplier for your score or randomly a weapon. And it will always be a weapon that you're not currently equipped with. So we're not just going to give you like, oh, here's an axe, here's another axe. Picking up a weapon itself will give you experience for that weapon. So Mac and Cheese might be noting that like whenever you pick up a lot of these shining shards that you pick up from these enemies, it'll say charge level up, just like it did there, and then it will charge level up to a max of charge level 3. You'll level up that weapon. So that weapon will start to have different properties. Usually it's just an advancement of the current properties as it has right now. It'll become a wider arc, it'll become faster, and in some cases it'll become a little bit stronger due to the fact that it will circulate a larger area or repeatedly hit an enemy over and over again. So the weapon drops are just a reward for hitting the larger enemies. You can choose not to pick them up. They don't suction in or magnetize into you the same way that multipliers or XP does. That way you can kind of be strategic about like, I do want to pick up this weapon now, or I don't want to pick it up now. I want to leave it for later until my weapon breaks, and then I can pick it up. So there's some decisions like that you'll be making once you become more familiar with the game flow and kind of what you want to leave behind and what you want to pick up. These kinds of decisions, once you become more familiar with the game, become more integral to proceeding further into the leaderboard.
So on the note of the leaderboard, I saw it pop up a few times. I think it's really great when games have leaderboards, but I'd love to hear a little bit more about it and how you feel it incentivizes players to keep trying over and over again and kind of drives that competition.
Yeah, sure. The really important thing I feel about the leaderboards actually is that little bar at the bottom. So there's the top 10 right at the top of the leaderboard, and then there's a little bar at the bottom that says your name in the middle, and then somebody just above you and somebody just below you. And when you see the person that's just above you has like, oh, he's just got like, or they've just got like 2,000 more points more than me, like I can do that, And then you do it, and then next name is up there, and you're like, oh, they've just got like 3,000 more points. I can do that. So I think that's really the big part of the leaderboards that kind of makes you think like, oh, it's actually not too hard to climb. Like these people are not that much further up than me, even though there is that top 10 leaderboard, like sort of intimidating, right? But you can always see there's somebody just above you. And then the other thing the leaderboards do, which, I think Nick was about to mention.
I was like, I hope he's going to mention this. It sounds weird not to mention this.
So the other thing the leaderboards do, you can actually, if you hit X on the leaderboards, if you're using a controller, or I can't remember what the keyboard shortcut is, you can go into a mode where you can view the replays of anybody on the leaderboard. So that in itself actually makes the top 10 a little bit less scary, because you can just go in and see like, oh, like what did the number one spot on the leaderboard do? How do they accomplish this crazy like 10 million score? Well, you can just see it. And then all that's left is for you to, just learn from it, execute the strategies, Just and then climb your way up.
Right.
I feel like that's a good anti cheating system too.
Oh yeah, that's definitely enough. That was actually one of the first reasons I implemented it. Is I did like this really basic anti-cheat, and I was like, this is not going to work. And as an engineer, I got to solve the problem, so I went in a frenzy, did this replay system in a week.
Yeah, it's a great way, I think, to make it feel like it's very approachable to get onto the leaderboard. And then also, we're doing quite a few things that are a little bit different than the convention of twin stick shooters. So we wanted to make sure that players had every opportunity to, if they wanted to learn through different methods themselves. We have a tip system that shows up at the bottom of every score replay screen, every leaderboard section, and then also you can access the tips on the main menu. But then, in addition, viewing leaderboard entries and then watching a replay from either your friends or top scorers is a good way of just understanding what people did to get a little bit better, and then also what you should be maybe avoiding doing in order to get further on the leaderboard. So it's kind of just a really good way to kind of build a community within the game without just straight up building a wiki that just says, here's how you do this. This is what this guy does. This is how many hits he takes. You can kind of observe it. We really wanted to not have the player leave the game, essentially, to learn about the game. We really wanted the player to feel like if they wanted to stay in the game, and they wanted to learn more about it, we'd give them all the opportunities we could afford them to do so.
Thank you for doing that. As someone who prefers to learn within the game instead of I love going on wikis as much as the next person, but sometimes that can be like an obstacle for me to actually want to play the game more if I feel like I have to just know all the right secrets from forums
and
or
do
wikis
research
or whatever.
Yeah. I think that's endearing to some types of people for whom really like to get that pad and that paper out and just write notes about certain things. And they're sort of used to having that sort of meta progression where they're like, not only am I writing notes to myself, but I'm also maybe potentially being a part of a community for whom writes these things. That's great for a lot of other kinds of games, but I'm right there with you, Zolaire, where I'm like, man, if I have to leave the game and I have to I have to look up this wiki stuff, I basically turned off the game. I'm already out of the game, and there's plenty of other things to pull my attention. There's plenty of other games out there, and I feel like that was one of the things that we were competing against too, was to make sure that we were incentivizing people to play our game as best as we could without making it feel like our game is pulling you outside of the game for any one reason or another. I mean, we're trying to make sure that the game is fun enough as it is to keep you in, but then also if you're not even in the moment-to-moment action, that you're at least sticking around to. We don't have a hub world or anything that's really slow paced, which I think is kind of one of those things that other games kind of do to keep you in the loop of the game when maybe you're tired of the fast paced combat or something like that. But at least we give you the opportunity to sit back and be like, okay, I just went through a really intense run. Maybe I can look at the tips. Maybe I can check a leaderboard and see what my friends' scores are, or maybe I just scroll up the leaderboard and see what one of the top scorers did.
So we have a question from chat, and as somebody who is a big nerd for RGB keyboards and peripherals, Bradifer, I love this question. Bradifer wants to know if there's any plans to have support for RGB gear in the future. And I'm just picturing in my head my keyboard exploding when I explode in the game, and I'm like, wow, that would be so cool. So I'd love to hear if you have any plans for that.
I'll let you in on a secret. Brad is a chat plant. Not of us, but he knows.
Are you serious?
It was not a purpose.
It's not a very good plant if you tell us they're a plant.
I didn't tell him to do this, just to be clear. He did it himself.
Personal hype squad.
We got a cheerleader. Thank you, Brad.
Yeah. But yes, I absolutely. There are plans for an RGB lighting on Breakpoint. If you have Corsair, Corsair peripherals, we actually partnered with Corsair to do lighting effects on their keyboards and their mice, and the other peripherals. So exactly like you mentioned, if you explode your weapon, your peripherals kind of explode in light, and there's some other fun effects like that.
Right. That was an interesting partnership. Seeing them reach out and just be like, this would be a really great fit, and we were like, yes, Yes, it would be. That would be crazy.
It's very unexpected.
Never thought about that. Didn't think about my game that way. But it was a new revelatory way of approaching my game from a meta perspective.
As a games marketing person, I'm really happy that you did that partnership and got that. So.
So this right here, by the way, is the replay feature that Mac and Cheese is looking at right now. So you can see she's able to speed up and slow down the replay.
Oh,
right.
cool!
She's watching,
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the other players play through.
Mm-hmm.
So this game, we heard that this game is coming out on Thursday this upcoming week. What are y'all doing to celebrate?
I guess the normal pandemic thing. We're probably going to get on Discord and crack a beer, separately together.
Yeah, just enjoy. I mean, I remember Ed was like, "We should actually celebrate actually releasing this game," and I thought yeah, that'd be great. Let's do it on the day of. I want it to be on. I want it to be on the actual release, and Ed was like, I really want to be there for tech support just in case something
very scared.
happens. Yeah, it was. We were definitely thinking about we really want to be there for players just in case anything happens, or if we need tech support to provide for people, or if anybody has any real questions, that we'd be able to be there for them. But yeah, definitely on the day of, and at least the day before, we'll be celebrating for release on the 24th, or at least on the 23rd. Release.
So as we're wrapping up here, where can we get the game and on what platforms?
So the game will be out on both Switch and on Steam, September 24th. That's next Thursday, and it'll be $5.
All right. Where can everybody follow you and keep up with your games and potential upcoming projects as well?
I think it's a bit hard to see, but my Twitter is right
somewhere down there.
Chaos Edge 0.
And then for me, it'll be Twitter as well. It'll just be at Nick Amleg, just my name. And then also you can follow our publishers as well at QAG. So you can follow them. You'll see them on their Twitter. So.
Do it. And make sure that you all go and check out the game. This game looks so much fun. I definitely want to get it on my Switch. This looks like such a great airport game for me. Thank you so much to you both for taking some time to come by and chat with us, and you'll be back with us in just a few minutes for our first Q&A block, and all of the devs that we had on earlier will be hopping back on as well. And if you've been watching today, make sure that if you've got any questions for any of these devs or all of these devs, that you drop them in chat so that we can pull them and ask the devs these questions for you. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes with all of the devs here with us. See you soon.
BRB.
Control two characters who fall in opposite directions and transfer their momentum to each other in Deleveled by Toaster Fuel. Toggle switches, go through one-way walls, and traverse disappearing floors in this physics-based puzzle platformer. Set out with up to 4 friends to explore the whimsical world of Letterbound by Hunt & Peck Games. A couch co-op spelling adventure where you spell your way to a high score or battle to be the best speller. Dance it out when you succeed. Smash and slash your way through waves of enemies in Breakpoint by Studio Aesthesia. Experience the impact of twin-stick gameplay with full contact combat, bringing the unbridled chaos of arcade shooters into the world of Melee. Travel the world as a mischievous cloud in the slapstick comedy game Rain on Your Parade by Unbound Creations. Play a wide range of short and sweet levels, unlock new abilities, and watch as the game gets even more ridiculous. The story of a merchant house in a world on the mend, their leader sifting through the ashes of history for lost secrets, some better left forgotten. Experience the mix of RPGs and visual novels in Forgotten Faiths by Winter Court Studios. Boot flesh-wearing robots across the screen and cling to your sanity as you bail out the corporation in Cur by Really Ragdoll Studios. Hired to stop their demented AI, you're no hero. You just want a paycheck. Control two characters who fall in opposite directions and transfer their momentum to each other in Deleveled by Toaster Fuel. Toggle switches, go through one-way walls, and traverse disappearing floors in this physics-based puzzle platformer. Set out with up to 4 friends to explore the whimsical world of Letterbound by Hunt & Peck Games. a couch co-op spelling adventure where you spell your way to a high score or battle to be the best speller. Dance it out when you succeed. Smash and slash your way through waves of enemies in Breakpoint by Studio Aesthesia. Experience the impact of twin-stick gameplay with full contact combat, bringing the unbridled chaos of arcade shooters into the world of Melee. Travel the world as a mischievous cloud in the slapstick comedy game Rain on Your Parade by Unbound Creations. Play a wide range of short and sweet levels, unlock new abilities, and watch as the game gets even more ridiculous. The story of a merchant house in a world on the mend, their leader sifting through the ashes of history for lost secrets, some better left forgotten. Experience the mix of RPGs and visual novels in Forgotten Faiths by Winter Court Studios. Boot flesh-wearing robots across the screen and cling to your sanity as you bail out the corporation in Cur by Really Ragdoll Studios. Hired to stop their demented AI, you're no hero. You just want a paycheck. Control two characters who fall in opposite directions and transfer their momentum to each other in Deleveled by Toaster Fuel. Toggle switches, go through one-way walls, and traverse disappearing floors in this physics-based puzzle platformer. Set out with up to 4 friends to explore the whimsical world of Letterbound by Hunt and Peck Games. A couch co-op spelling adventure where you spell your way to a high score or battle to be the best speller. Dance it out when you succeed. Smash and slash your way through waves of enemies in Breakpoint by Studio Aesthesia. Experience the impact of twin-stick gameplay with full contact combat, bringing the unbridled chaos of arcade shooters into the world of Melee. Travel the world as a mischievous cloud in the slapstick comedy game Rain on Your Parade by Unbound Creations. Play a wide range of short and sweet levels, unlock new abilities, and watch as the game gets even more ridiculous. The story of a merchant house in a world on the mend, their leader sifting through the ashes of history for lost secrets, some better left forgotten. Experience the mix of RPGs and visual novels in Forgotten Faiths by Winter Court Studios. Boot flesh-wearing robots across the screen and cling to your sanity as you bail out the corporation in Cur by Really Ragdoll Studios. Hired to stop their demented AI, you're no hero. You just want a paycheck. Control two characters who fall in opposite directions and transfer their momentum to each other in Deleveled by Toaster Fuel. Toggle switches, go through one-way walls, and traverse disappearing floors in this physics-based puzzle platformer. Set out with up to 4 friends to explore the whimsical world of Letterbound by Hunt and Peck Games. A couch co-op spelling adventure where you spell your way to a high score or battle to be the best speller. Dance it out when you succeed. Smash and slash your way through waves of enemies in Breakpoint by Studio Aesthesia. Experience the impact of twin-stick gameplay with full contact combat, bringing the unbridled chaos of arcade shooters into the world of Melee. Travel the world as a mischievous cloud in the slapstick comedy game Rain on Your Parade by Unbound Creations. Play a wide range of short and sweet levels, unlock new abilities, and watch as the game gets even more ridiculous. The story of a merchant house in a world on the mend, their leader sifting through the ashes of history for lost secrets, some better left forgotten. Experience the mix of RPGs and visual novels in Forgotten Faiths by Winter Court Studios. Boot flesh-wearing robots across the screen and cling to your sanity as you bail out the corporation in Cur by Really Ragdoll Studios. Hired to stop their demented AI, you're no hero. You just want a paycheck. Control two characters who fall in opposite directions.
Hello, we're back. And welcome back, everybody, to the Seattle Indies Expo. We have a really special segment block now because we're going to be doing a Q&A block with all of the devs who were on for all of the previous games. And we also have the wonderful Mac and Cheese Please joining Zolaire and myself again as a co-host for us. So the three of us are going to be asking them some of our own questions. And if you have any questions for any of the devs or all of the devs, make sure that you drop them in chat because we'll be pulling questions from there throughout the segment block. So I guess we can just jump right in with, here's something that I'm really curious about to hear from all of you. So what we can do is just over in Discord, we can just start from the top and just go work our way down. And I would love to hear about kind of the experience of developing a game and also promoting a game during 2020 and the pandemic and everything that's been going on this year, and kind of what that's been like for you and how you've navigated through the challenges of that.
Hey, so this is Kyle from Deleveled. And so one of the biggest things that was, or one of the best things really, is that since there's so much like online tools now, that it makes collaborating so much easier. So it actually turned out that Patrick happened to move across the state just before the pandemic really got crazy. But thanks to Discord and, you know, various screen sharing and video sharing and Trello and, you know, project management stuff, it's probably been easier than ever with the, you know, with technology. So that's been a great part.
I guess I'll just hop in. This is Ed from Deleveled. And interestingly, actually...
Oh, excuse you. This is not Ed from Deleveled. This is Ed.
Sorry, this is Ed from Breakpoint. Why did I say that?
We'd love to have you on.
I get so nervous on... Well, not on camera, I guess. Anyway, so this is Ed from Breakpoint. Interestingly, I guess the reason I said Deleveled was that, interestingly, we had a similar experience to Breakpoint devs, where Nick actually moved not east but south, down to California just before the pandemic hit, and so we've been having to collaborate remotely in any case. That said, the pandemic has, and you know, just in general, all the events that are happening have posed a challenge, really, just for staying focused. Like it's really hard when all these events are happening to stay focused on, you know, your game, which is small stakes in the big scheme of things.
This is Patrick from Breakpoint or Deleveled. I don't remember which.
We'd also love to have you.
Yeah. Like Kyle said, it's actually been quite easy for us because we were kind of, even when we both lived in Seattle, we were both working from home anyway. We've had to ditch our weekly meetings in person that we had, but we still get all the work done just fine. You know, I think one thing that is very different is, you know, like in our project, which was really starting up in 2019 last year, we got to go to physical shows. Like we were at PAX and we were at Emerald City Comic Con, and you know, those shows didn't go this year. They sort of did. They look different, but it was kind of nice to have that in person. Like we can physically watch someone play the game for early stages of development, and so we feel like we actually kind of lucked out. But I imagine that's been a huge challenge for teams that have really started the meat of their development this year. So yeah.
Yeah, this is Nick from Breakpoint. Yeah, I think a lot of the development stuff that we were handling prior to even a lot of this pandemic stuff and working remotely, we had to deal with working remotely already, at least for a little while, because shortly before all of this stuff hit, I had already moved down south, and he and I were already working remotely. And it essentially is the same type of workflow when you are working full-time for yourself. Since we're full-time indies, we were having to lead our own time and make our own schedules and keep ourselves accountable to our work already. And doing that remotely is a lot harder because obviously the accountability is, you could say you're doing one thing and just completely not be doing that. Obviously, it's easier not to keep yourself accountable in as far as all of your work expectations go. As far as marketing goes, we were already fairly deep into the process of developing Breakpoints and trying to get that out near, or like by the time that a lot of this stuff hit. So it was, we never really got the chance to do a lot of the physical in-person stuff. Like we didn't get to showcase at like Six last year, for example, in person or anything like that. But we had the luxury of being able to reach out and be reached out to for digital or online promotions or any types of showcases or features or online things. And I think everybody's learning. Everybody's learning about how to do this sort of new live stream kind of dealio. It's this sort of, it's a really complicated business for everybody involved. And I think it's really interesting and it's fascinating being on the cusp of this, but it's also kind of daunting because there's so much to deal with and so much to set up on everybody's end. And I don't mean just like for every show at the moment. I'm just thinking like all of the equipment you have to have just for all of these types of things for everything. And then also just like preparing and having everything in order. So it's been interesting reaching out and then being reached out to. It's definitely new to us. It's all new territory for us, but it's very exciting at the same time. Being able to be asked to feature at various showcases and things like that. So we'll see where it takes us and whether or not even post-pandemic world will be, having a lot more online trade shows and things like that. I'm really interested to see how that's going to pan out.
Hi, this is Rusty from Letterbound. Just want to echo pretty much everything that everyone has already said so far. It's been a really trying time. For me, there's been kind of two kind of major obstacles. The first one was when COVID hit, I wanted to, I think like a lot of other people, they kind of, stared into the abyss and didn't really know what to do about it and wanted to help, but didn't necessarily know how to. And so, for me, what that meant was to go off and host a fundraiser, and I think we ended up raising, my community here in Seattle, we ended up raising something like $28,000. And that would have only been possible if I had dedicated all of my, a big chunk of my time to it. And so I wasn't actually working on Letterbound during that because that seemed to be the priority for me. And so I think I did that for about a month. And then, I had to figure out what the right time was to kind of walk away from that and kind of come back to the game. And so that was really difficult to kind of leave that behind. And the same sort of thing happened again with the George Floyd protests and all the social justice issues. I wanted to make sure that I put forth the energy that I thought was required to support that. And again, having to figure out when to kind of, ease up on that and come back to Letterbound was really difficult. So that's definitely been hard with the events of the world around this. And then the other big one that I think is somewhat unique to Letterbound is, as you saw today, Meg was gracious enough to play the game with her partner. And, I couldn't find 4 people to play it on camera because I don't know people that are potted with more than 2 or 3 people. So it's been a challenge for user testing to get that many people to play a 4-player local co-op game. We've had 2 or 3 people play the game here and there, but the game is really built for 4 players, and it's been hard to get feedback on that. So, user testing, designing a local game during a time when people can't really get together has also been a challenge for me as well.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks for being honest about that from everyone here. And like, especially I agree, this has been like a really weird year in terms of a lot of things happening in the world and a lot of really important issues are coming up. And it's especially, I think it's important for game devs to not be in a bubble from that. We can contribute really good art and works to the world, but we're also in it, and we can use games or just use our own resources as people to make the world a better place. And I think it's really important for game devs to be involved in all the stuff that's going on right now. And we've seen some really cool stuff this year, just in general, from the game dev community being involved in fundraising and social justice efforts. There are a lot of things I won't mention them here, but yeah, thank you all for being involved in that and being part of your communities. That's really important to do, I think, during a time like this.
Definitely. Thank you.
We have a question for the Deleveled devs specifically from Equinox in chat. Is there any chance that Deleveled will be adding more levels in the future, more D-levels, so to speak, more D-levels in the future?
120. No, we've talked about this. Quick answer is there are no plans. The longer answer would be that we're open to the idea, but that would be definitely a little further down the line. because we have some outtake levels, but we'd want to make sure they're of the real quality if we were to add like an 11th world into the game. So not at the moment is the short answer, but we're open to it depending on how the game does over the next 6 months or to 12 months, say.
And opening that up to everybody, what's next for you after your game, and what are you adding to it, if anything? And we can go down the line as we did before.
So yeah, that's a really good question, and I still have no idea what I'm gonna do now that Deleveled's finished. So it's a really short answer for me. I have to figure out what I want to do in the next week or two or month or however long it takes. Probably prototype games and see which one's fun.
Very cool.
To the previous question, just really quick as a follow-up, JP and Chair, I just have no idea how you managed to get 120 levels into that game. You explored the design space so thoroughly. It is actually amazing.
Just a lot of time with the notebook.
Yeah, totally. So for Nick and I, we're going to be working together on another project. We'll see what exactly it shapes up to be, but stay tuned.
Yeah, for me personally, I don't have like a next game in mind or anything, so I'm sort of imagining I'll end up at a desk job again like I used to be, but I also don't totally have an answer to the question at the moment.
Yeah, I think piggybacking off of what Ed had said, we'll just be kind of keeping our ears to the ground, seeing what's going to happen for us. We're essentially just exploring a few different prototypes. I think for us, we have one specific prototype we're just going to try our hands on and then see where it goes. But I don't think it's going to really shape necessarily like definitively what we're going to be doing in the future. We're just trying out some cool things, seeing whether or not we want to try them out for a long-term basis, and then also seeing where Breakpoint is going and seeing how we can support it best and what we can do for it. And then our future projects will kind of fluctuate based upon the performance of that title. And then also like, we're always trying to keep in mind what people like and what people are paying attention to. Not that we're trying to follow trends or anything like that. We just like to be up to date with all of the newest, best designs of all of the games that are out there these days. So we're definitely keeping our ears to the ground about what's going out these days and trying to keep in mind what's good and what's relevant.
Very cool.
Definitely planning to put forth all of my effort to make a game competitive with Fall Guys. That'll be shipping in a few weeks.
That's a good strategy. I like that one.
Yeah. It's hard to say what's next for me. I mean, our game is not going to be released until probably the second quarter of next year. So what is next is kind of right in front of us, which is getting more levels out, potentially getting an updated demo, going through the cycle of production. Finding a publisher, hopefully, and just kind of going through the motions of what needs to happen to get this thing out the door.
Very cool.
So here's just a for fun question that I would love to, I'm very curious about what all of your answers to this one are going to be. And we can just go down the line again like we did before. If you could work on any pre-existing game franchise, which one would it be and why? This is purely just a for fun, like I want to hear what you have to say to this kind of answer.
Oh, this is good. So I am absolutely obsessed with the game Binding of Isaac.
Yes! I love that
any
game.
spare time, I pick up my Switch and play around to that. So I just love the absolute craziness that you can get with that game with the runs. If there was a time machine, I'd be going back and, making that before Ed did. Because that game is so fun to play.
So for me, I don't know that I have a franchise so much as a company, but it would be Supergiant Games. I guess they don't, they've made 4 games at this point. They all sign kind of follow-ups to each other, even though they're not franchises. So maybe you can refer to that as a franchise. Not only do I really love their games, but also I just, their company, from the times I've seen them on camera, for example, they're on a few no-clip documentaries that are being produced recently. They seem really down to earth and just really know their stuff in terms of game development. So that's the place where I'd want to work.
I don't know if you'd totally call this a franchise, but I really like active puzzle games like Tetris or Puyo Puyo or what have you. But my favorite one of all time was a Super Nintendo game called Tetris Attack. It has nothing to do with normal Tetris. It was also released on the N64's Pokemon Puzzle League. This game has had many forms over the years, but it hasn't really had a release in like the last decade or so. I love it, and I would really love to like put together a very modern version of, I think it's called Panel de Pon. It has so many names, so it's hard to call it a franchise exactly. But if you look up Tetris Attack, you'll see what I'm talking about. I'd love to work on a modern version of that game.
I think for me, the answer is pretty easy. I'd say at this point, I would work on the Smash franchise. I would work on Super Smash Brothers. So fun. Yeah. There's so much nuance, I think, too, that can be approached by so many people. I understand that there's so many expectations for that game, and I do not envy the idea of having to cater expectations for both the competitive and the casual mindset. And I don't mean that demeaningly in either direction. I mean it just like everybody enjoys that game. Like literally everybody. It's enjoyed by everybody, and so it's very hard to appease multiple crowds. But I think it would be not only just like an awesome challenge, but also it would be really cool just to work on a franchise like that. But then also just really get into the nitty gritty of a game that's highly competitive and very deep, but also very approachable and accessible to a lot of people. I think that's very, very paramount high on my priority list is have a game that's very deep and complex, but it doesn't appear to be so. And I think Smash is a perfect embodiment of that kind of mentality.
Well, since you're the one who brought it up, now is your chance to say which one character you want to see in Smash. You can only add one, but who would it be?
Oh. I mean, I'd say that just from my own personal perspective, I would just fix Sheik. She is bad right now, but if I had to replace her, I would say Impa, but I don't know about, people go for Geno. If I had to go for, it's been a long time since I have thought about new characters because there's so many opinions on the matter. So I guess I won't shoot myself in the foot. I'll just say nothing. There's just so many characters. Yeah, I just don't want. I'm
there's so many characters.
There's so many characters already in it, and it would be awesome to add them all. So let's just do that. Let's just add all of them.
I'm gonna go really old school here. One of my all-time favorite games was from LucasArts in the '90s, and that is Grim Fandango. I love the humor in the game. It's also kind of deeply emotional at times, and I just I still have a fondness for all of those games back then. And I think there are some smaller developers that are really starting to bring that back into the fold, and not only bring it back into the fold, but also doing it in a really interesting way. And so one of the things that I hope to work on in the future is something that looks somewhat like Grim Fandango, but marries it with some of the, I don't even know what genre to call it, but some of the game mechanics from things like Pony Island and There Is No Game from this year, which is kind of a meta game, I guess, that has multiple different genres. Taking something like that and marrying it to the comedy and the writing from Grim Fandango, I think would be really interesting to work on.
We have a question. How has the Seattle Indies community helped and influenced the game development process that you guys went through?
For Deleveled, it's actually been a very huge part of development, especially since, that's, as we kind of talked about on our part of the stream, is that's actually where Patrick and I met, was through the Seattle Indies on their game jam. And then not only just how we met, but then we got several of our, they just have the quarterly meetups back in 2019, not so much 2020, as we kind of talked earlier as well, as showing off our game. That was once we kind of spent a good 3 months of development on Deleveled, we got to then show it off at one of the Seattle Indies events, and really got to get a good hands-on. And even then, it was some of the getting on in Emerald City Comic-Con was again through Seattle Indies. So it's been just very huge in getting hands and eyeballs and just play testing on our game.
Yeah, so for Nick and I, we also met at a Seattle meetup, not the game jam we made Breakpoint at, but at the Indie Support Group, which, by the way, is still going online if anybody is interested. So I'm actually one of the hosts there, and we use it to get a lot of feedback, talk to folks about game development. It's really invaluable.
Yeah, I would echo the support group. Just a weekly meetup where you can come bring your computer. I don't know if I guess it happens online at this point, but like Ed was literally the second person I met in this scene, and so it's been cool to just see what he's been working on for the few years that's been since then. The Seattle Indies in general, the scene has been really kind to us. I would echo everything Kyle said. Tim Cullings is kind of who I think of as the head person at the group, and he's always been a champion of our game, but also of a ton of other games in this community. So I would specifically shout him out. The scene is very strong in Seattle.
Yeah, I would agree with pretty much everything everybody had said. Our me and Ed's Breakpoint's progress is very much in mirror with Deleveled's in a lot of ways, despite the fact that Ed and I had met prior to in Seattle Indies prior to the game jam that we had developed Breakpoint at. One of the reasons why I joined Seattle Indies at all was that even though I was a part of the game industry prior to being a part of Seattle Indies, a lot of the conversations I was having with a lot of my gamer friends were from a consumer-oriented perspective. They were about enjoying and having fun with the games, and while that's great, I felt that I wanted to fulfill a lot of my conversations revolving around development, and I noticed that a lot of the things I would pick up on and focus on and pay attention to were development-oriented questions, design-oriented questions, art-oriented questions, things that kind of go into the back end of game development, and that part of me was not being fulfilled, and I felt like I needed to find a community that would help me have those conversations so I could round myself out better as I focused on that kind of lifestyle. And so I kind of took a leap of faith. I'm not usually that kind of person who goes out and is very social outside of my immediate circles, but I knew I had to just get outside of my work circles. So I went to Meetup, looked up any community-oriented types of things for game development groups, joined Seattle Indies, met a few people. Ed was one of the first people that I had met, and probably one of the two first people I'd met at the ISGU, the indie support group. And since then, I've created a bond with a lot of the other developers in Seattle Indies. It's been really great as a community. It's been really great. It's been very inclusive. It's a great network just for reaching out to a lot of other folks who are very interested in game development from every level. Just people that you would be surprised to know that, oh, you worked on so-and-so AA or AAA title, you're also part of Seattle Indies. That's actually pretty crazy. Or I've actually seen or played your game before. Wow, I didn't realize you're part of Seattle Indies. Down to, oh, I just graduated college and I don't know where to go or don't know what to do or who to talk to. Be a part of Seattle Indies, and it's very inclusive. It has helped, I think, me and more than a few other folks, I think, off the ground and kind of helped direct them. And I think it's been a very integral part of mine and our title moving forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure that if, I don't think if 6 hadn't happened this year, I'm not sure that I would have actually put forth the effort to make a demo and get the production levels up of Letterbound, and probably just would have worked through the summer, not promoting it at various festivals. So 6 and Seattle's Indies was kind of the impetus for getting a lot of the development work done over the last few months. So that's been really great. Also, I'm not sure if all of the viewers listening in know, but if you're fortunate enough to become a part of 6, you get all the feedback from the jurors that voted on the games, and that feedback was absolutely incredible for me to hear. To not only have the pleasure of seeing all the things that people liked about the game, but to take an honest look at the game and look at that feedback and try to assess how to make the game better has also been a really great experience. And then on top of that, it kind of to echo what Nick was saying, there's such a wide diversity of people here. I was fortunate enough to meet, I think, Zolaire at the SOBA event that I helped with last month, and a lot of the streamers that are part of that. I've also been recommending just people that are trying to get into the games industry to the Seattle Indies, and they've been met with such a warm reception of people that are a part of the community here. So, it's just a great group of people all the way around.
Cool. Thanks for sharing all of that. We had a really good question from Twitch chat earlier. I think this will be our last question for the Q&A, I think. When it comes to looking for a publisher, like what is your, I know that not everyone on this call or on this like stream has a publisher, or maybe you've worked with different publishers in the past. Like in your opinion, like is it necessary to like have a publisher for your game? Kind of like what's been your experience with that? And we can just go down the line as before. Just be mindful of time here because we got a few minutes left.
One of the, I would say it's definitely hard to make a good game and make a game that's fun. But it's once you do have that game that's good, fun to play, it's like a whole nother step to be able to market it and show it to the world in a way that says, yes, this game is fun. And so that's one thing that I think a publisher can really help out with is they kind of have those resources and kind of that expertise from other launches, especially Deleveled being the first thing. I especially for me personally, had absolutely zero experience in the social media and just marketing something in general. So just kind of from the experience standpoint, I think a publisher can do wonders to kind of help out your game.
Yeah, that pretty much echoes my experience too. Since we have just a few minutes, I'll just be really quick. I think that a lot of the common wisdom says that you don't necessarily need to have a publisher, but if you are uncertain, it definitely helps because they do take care of a lot of the marketing things for you.
Yeah, that's basically right. Do you have to have a publisher? No, but the work that our publishers have done for us has just, it takes so much off your plate. You don't even have to really think about much anymore. That it opens up a lot. It lets a two-person team produce at a much higher level than just two human beings.
Yeah, I think for us, insofar as having a publisher, I think it's been really great to coordinate with them and then also just do a lot of the porting and stuff that would be technical and very difficult for us to be able to perform. Well, along with the other tasks that we have to do. The one thing I will say in particular is that insofar as the question goes for is it necessary to have one, is it really necessary to have any single one thing in particular ever? Like the reality is that like publishers solve a lot of problems collectively. Just think about what you're really trying to solve. Are you really just trying to solve the marketing perspective? Then talk to a marketer. Are you really just trying to get a trailer out? Then talk to a specific trailer maker. You don't have to have a publisher. It's great to have publishers that do these things for you, but think about what your actual specific needs are, and think about how people specifically, not just publishers or big corporations, but people specifically, how can they help you? And reach out to those people. Look for people whom you align with and whose perspectives you respect and who will create work that you like. That includes with publishers too, because when you do choose to have a publisher, if you choose to have one, you'll want to work with ones that align with your perspectives and actually want to create something that you like.
So yeah, I don't currently have a publisher, but I have been talking to a few, and what I can say is there is a huge difference between what I thought I knew prior to those conversations and what I know having those conversations. And so I would encourage people, even if you don't think that you want a publisher, to talk to those people because they are probably going to give you some knowledge that you had not anticipated hearing, and then it will help you make a more informed decision. For Letterbound, I think after having those conversations, I lean more towards it's probably right to have a publisher, but I don't think I would have come to that conclusion without having those conversations first. So yeah, I just encourage people that, especially that are doing this for the first time, that don't have a lot of experience in publishing and marketing, to reach out to people and say hello.
This is some fantastic advice from everyone. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for real.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being part of Seattle Indies Online Expo on day 3 today. And thank you also, Mac and Cheese, please, for participating as one of our co-hosts today and for playing some games with us today. I think we'll be saying bye to you now. So enjoy the rest of your weekend. Yeah. And thank you to all the devs for being part of this Q&A and for being on the stream. Meg and I are going to be back with you guys all very shortly while we go into our next set of 3 games we're going to be looking at today. I think we're going to show a trailer for Rain on Your Parade up next here. So go grab some water, and we'll see you back in just a minute or 2 here.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Seattle Indies Expo Online. I'm your host Meg Kayley, and I am joined once again by the wonderful Zolaire. We also have Rick joining us as our third host here, so we're going to be hanging out with Jacob, who is showcasing us Rain on Your Parade, and this game looks like so much fun. I love the mischievous chaos that it entails. Welcome, Jacob. Please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us about what you do.
Are we good? I can hear y'all. Yay! Hey, everybody.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So what we got going on? We got Rain on Your Parade? What? A happy little cloud?
Yeah. Jacob, could you introduce yourself and tell us about this game and what you're doing for it?
Hi, I'm Jakub. I'm the founder and creative director at our studio. And this game is Rain on Your Parade. It's a game where you play as a little cloud and you rain on everyone's parade, quite literally.
Rain doing all types of things, right? Besides rain, from what I saw in one of the trailers of what it was doing, you're like raining gasoline? Like, what was that?
Yeah, so you get a lot of different powers in the game, and there's a lot of different modes. Thunder, there's tornadoes, there's oil rain like you saw, there's acid rain, there's snow, there's a bunch of other things. And you'll see some of that in today's demo, but there's some of it that we're kind of keeping secret a little bit as a bit of a surprise for later on.
Ooh. Love me some surprises.
Me too. I'm all about that.
Go ahead. So you can see we're kind of ruining the main menu right there.
That's good. Yeah, I love that you can start right off the bat before you even get into the game by just making a mess of things. I personally love games that just bring that mischievous chaos to the table, kind of like games like Untitled Goose Game and Katamari kind of pop into mind. But can you tell me a little bit about what inspired the creation of this game, whether it was, specific other titles that you've played or just like you woke up one day and you were like, I want to be a rain cloud and destroy everything?
So historically, our games have been a little bit more social commentary, political games. So I've been sort of following news a lot. And I remember just watching one of the presidential rallies, just a huge crowd in a small confined space. And I just started thinking, what if a little cloud just flew in, started raining everywhere, people are freaking out, the chairs are flying in the air, just complete chaos. And I was thinking, yeah, I could make a game out of that. So it just kind of transitioned from just this random idea that I had into creating a little prototype. We showcased it at a few times at Indicate, at a few of the smaller Seattle Indies related events here in Seattle, and the reception has been really great. So we just decided to roll with it and keep expanding the idea.
So what happens if like you're in the menu and you knock away like the start button? How do you get that back? How do you start the game if those buttons are out of the screen?
So there's actually, invisible walls on the edges of the screen, so the buttons can't actually leave the play area. So yeah, we've accounted for that.
Awesome. Gotta love those blockers to prevent like issues that can pop up later on and be like, oh yeah, it's out of the screen. We can't really do anything. There's no reset button.
Yeah, I've definitely in the earlier builds had that issue where like accidentally knocked one of the humans running around knocked off the quit button and I couldn't quit my game. So that was a bit of a whoops.
Gotta love finding your own bugs and go, oh yeah, I need to fix that.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually remember playing this game as a judge for Seattle Indies Expo like a year or two ago. I think it was in 2019, it might have been before then, but I remember playing this game like when it was submitted to a previous version of the Seattle Indies Expo. And I remember like the first version of this that I played, and it's really honestly incredible to see just how far it's come, like not just graphically, but also just like in terms of like the flow of the gameplay and whatnot. And I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time the game has appeared in Seattle Indies Expo, which I think is really cool. And I wanted to kind of learn more about how like you motivated yourself to, fail faster and to make progress and keep working on the game with the feedback that you've gotten from entering it to showcases and stuff like multiple times over the course of its development.
Yeah, this is the first time showing it at Seattle Indies Expo, and it's been about a year now since the first prototype, which looked very different. It was a lot more janky. And definitely it was a very feedback-driven development in the sense that a lot of the game is designed to be very shareable, very easy to pick up, very accessible, very like even memeable, even with the cloud being so silly and simple. So it's definitely relying on a lot on feedback to kind of guide development. I have my own ideas for I want it to be. For instance, a lot of people compare it to Untitled Goose Game, but it's a little bit. It does have those elements, but it's a little bit more of what to go for Katamari, where it goes more into this level-driven chaos and just randomness. So there's definitely some values that I had of my own, but also using the feedback that I get to just make it more approachable, make it resonate for our audience. And there's actually was a big kind of a point that sort of delayed our game by basically like half a year and flipped things on its head. We originally officially announced the game in January. We got the Steam page going. We did like an initial reach out to influencers and press. And frankly, the response we got wasn't quite what I was hoping for. I was using several metrics from, kind of like social media response to wish lists we're getting. And it just honestly wasn't where I hoped it would be. And that spurred me to kind of go to the drawing board and figure out what it is, look at all the feedback we're getting. And honestly, the big thing that I thought was holding us back was actually the art style. Initially, the game was a bit more blocky, it was a bit more flat shaded. So it was more like a Minecraft-y Untitled Goose Game. And I think it just wasn't really resonating. A lot of people said that it just looked like a cheap mobile game. So that spurred me to kind of go back, just completely revamp the art style with sort of this other idea I had in mind that you're seeing here, where everything sort of feels like a little diorama, like you get the tilt shift effect. If you look really closely, you'll notice the grass is actually a little paper towel. And there's strings
Yeah, I can totally see
in the
that.
cloud. Yeah, so sort of if you paid attention to the backstory earlier, the idea is that the game is basically imagined by a little kid lying in bed and listening to his grandpa's bedtime stories. So it's very so it's meant to be this sort of like a imagination game. Hence, I think it's like a little toy, like a little diorama almost. And it's also, I love the look of the Link's Awakening on Nintendo Switch, where it also has that very similar style of the diorama. So I just sort of use that as a guide and a few other titles. And once we sort of rebranded everything over the course of several months, we've just started getting a lot more positive feedback, a lot more attention on the game. So I think there was definitely a moment where sort of we failed forward, as you said earlier, where I just took the initial like sort of like failed announcement and used that to figure out what it is that's not working. And now I think we're much more confident in the direction of the game.
Yeah, it's really cool to see or to get that feedback. So you're like, okay, I know I know what I might need to change to better like enhance it to others. So they're like, oh, okay, I know I like this more. So now I'm more interested in your game. So it's really cool to get that feedback and to make changes and to see your game progress and just be like, all right, cool. Now people are actually looking at it. What else? What other feedback can I get that I can now change to the game to appeal to others?
From looking at the graphics a bit, I kind of am reminded a little bit from the bright colors and sort of the diorama style of like Yoshi's Crafted World. Obviously, it's a very different game, but I think that one of the things that really drew me to that game was the art, and I think you did a really great job of revamping it because I feel drawn to this game for a number of reasons, but like especially the art. I think it's really cute, and I love that there's kind of a little bit of a story here. One of the things I'm wondering as I was watching our little cloud friend rain down on all of those poor wedding goers, does our cloud have a personal vendetta against these people, or does the cloud just like messing with anybody?
So just a quick note, yeah, Yoshi's is another visual reference. So is Paper Mario.
Oh, cool.
Right now, you're seeing one of our current characters, a little old grandma. So her style and the cutout is a little bit based on like the Paper Mario cutouts. So we're definitely taking a lot of references from the games you're mentioning as well. The game is coming out for Nintendo Switch, so we're hopefully going to, be fit right in there with the Nintendo games. But to answer your actual question, the cloud doesn't have a vendetta. The backstory is that it heard about this mystical, magical place where the clouds can reign free and rain on anything they want. The mystical Seattle, where we're all based. So it's just going. So the cloud is just going on this globe-trotting journey through the world to find this place and getting into all sorts of adventures. And the cloud isn't really evil. It's always smiling. It thinks it's bringing all the joy to people because, it rains on them and then they all start running around screaming. So the cloud thinks that all the people are happy and excited to be rained on. So it's more of this like oblivious jerkiness where, it's just sort of like happy-go-lucky cloud without realizing what it's really doing. But
yeah, so a lot of people. Oh, sorry. Keep going.
I was just gonna say, and there's some levels where you also get to do some nice things. Like this level is called the dumpster fire, and you have to basically help put out the fires for a change.
Oh, yeah. At the beginning of what the old lady said, everybody in chat was like, "That sums up 2020 right then and there."
Yeah, I feel like we could have used this cloud friend could have been helping us out on the West Coast this past week. So very, very good timing for this game.
Yeah,
for us to take a look at this game.
Our Seattle has been covered in the smoke from the fires the past several days. So it just started raining yesterday, and everyone's rejoicing now.
Yeah. Finally, the rain's here. I bless the rains down in Africa. So
we can do.
So there's a picture mode. You can take pictures.
Yeah. So there's recently added like a photo mode since it's just fun to create a lot of man and
love that.
Try to view it from different angles.
Meme generator. Every game should have a meme generator inside it. Yeah.
Seriously. Yeah. I love that it also gives you a moment to pause. Like, even if you're not going to take photos, you could just be like, let's stop and take a look at this screaming grandma running across the street, everybody. Like, and just kind of, I'm thinking from like a streaming perspective, like right now, it's kind of fun to just like, let's take a scope and see kind of what's going on and who's crying.
Definitely.
So we've seen, obviously, we can make it rain, but from the trailer, we kind of saw that there's more than you can do than just make it rain. So can you tell us about some of the different abilities that we can mess with in the game?
Sure. Let me show you actually one of them right now, real quick, using my super secret developer cheat modes.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Dev magic.
I love its smile. Like, the smile is so perfect.
So one of the first abilities you're going to unlock in the game is Thunder.
Ooh.
It has many uses.
I like that you have victims to
make
try
it
it
on.
on.
Paper. So in this level, for example, it's as I mentioned, we're trying to create a lot of diverse experiences. So in this level, it's a score-based level. So you have 1 minute to get as many points as you possibly can using different, basically creating chaos in different ways. So as soon as I do something, let's say I hit that guy with thunder, the timer starts, and now I have 1 minute. I can grow the plants to get points. I can freak people out with the thunder. I can set things on fire.
It's just so much chaos.
I love it so much.
This guy is hiding under the bus stop, so I can scare him off of the thunder, and now I can rain on him. I can soak the laundry, zap these things. And you can sort of chain different effects. So at the bottom left, you start getting a multiplier the more things you do consecutively.
I loved the one that we saw in the trailer when you had like a tornado going down, like it looked like a grocery store aisle, and it kind of reminded me of when I used to work retail and like little kids would go down the toy aisle and just like make a mess of everything. But I can't wait to try out that ability because I feel like it'll be so fun to just like completely just send everything flying everywhere.
Yeah, it definitely has a very like Katamari vibe. And we actually have a whole level that you're basically just trying to create like the biggest ball of stuff you can possibly. So we're definitely playing in on that.
New personal best.
And
so
also,
I saw you opened up
as
a
you
menu.
saw from the trailer earlier, we had like a dust spoof earlier. So we're definitely trying to play homage to some of our favorite games. So this one is a horror game, but you are the monster.
Oh.
So you have to sneak up on people and scare them with your thunder. But you have to make sure they don't actually spot you.
I love this so much.
And the smile looks even more menacing, like in this context. Like
it does.
In like other settings, it looks like very like chill and happy. And in this setting, it's like,
I will kill you. Not really. I'll just scare you with thunder.
So what actually happens if you hit them with the thunder instead of right next to them?
So we are trying to keep the game family friendly so it doesn't kill them. We experimented with that initially in the earlier designs. But if you do that while they're wet, they turn into a little skeleton for a second. Let me maybe show that on a different level where it's a bit more easier to see. Okay, this one. So if I soak them first and then use my thunder, I'm setting things on fire.
So they just quickly turn into a skeleton and then revert back.
Oh, I
right?
saw that. Cool.
Okay. Yeah. So that's like an old cartoon. When it's like they would get electrocuted and they're just like, ah, and then they'll be back in their normal body.
Basically, yeah. It's gonna keep it cartoony and funny.
So earlier I saw you had a menu open that said, you can customize your cloud. Can you tell us about the different ways that we can customize our cloud?
Yeah, I want to hear
Sure.
about that too.
So, obviously because it's 2020, we have to have the obligatory hat DLC down the line. But,
of course we do.
But for now, you unlock all the decor just playing the game. There's like no microtransaction. There is no like pay $2.99 for an extra hat. You just unlock all abilities and all hats and everything just by playing the game.
I love the bow.
How cute.
So you can change. There's different decors. I think there's around 50 we have total. You can change the color of your cloud, and you can also, I think that's our best feature, you can actually paint your own face if you're artistically inclined, which I am not.
Ooh, face.
Nice. Yeah, someone said, does this cloud have a mask?
Has the cloud
And you can make it wear a mask.
That's
with this.
so
You
cool.
can
Yeah, well, with the painting now, you can actually make a mask around it. That's so awesome.
Oh, wow, that's really fun. I love that so much.
Oh, that is really cool. It's like this. It's like the villager from Animal Crossing, where they have the blank face and you can make a face on them.
Oh my gosh, I missed that villager. Yeah, that's a really, really cool concept.
This is too funny.
Oh,
Snake
no.
through the compound. Don't let the guards
Is
see
there
you.
a cardboard box in this too?
Ah, crap.
Oh no, you got Saul. Hit him with lightning. Oh. Dun 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 dun. Snake. Or more like cloud.
That's actually, I don't think the audio is playing on this, but that's literally what is being screamed like, Cloud! Cloud! Cloud!
Yeah, I hear the audio just a tad bit.
Let me try this again.
Amazing.
Ooh.
I never would have expected this game to have a stealth level, and I love it.
Yeah, it's expected unexpected is definitely a big part of what over my design kind of ethos for this game. It's just we want to throw a lot of surprises, a lot of just things that'll. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the gameplay while I'm talking. Yeah, we want to throw a lot of surprises, a lot of things you wouldn't expect initially getting into the game. Like, oh yeah, you're a little Cloud, but now you're basically playing Metal Gear Cloud, and then you're raining fire, and just creating a variety of experiences that will constantly keep you guessing and just make the game entertaining. Since I think raining on people is really fun, but it's only fun for so long. And definitely going in this more surreal version where you're this Cloud doing all those different quests is just... It's also so much more fun to design from our development side, where it's just like, hey, let's just make a level where you're raining bread and pigeons just flock to you, and you have a massive swarm of pigeons.
I love the diversity that you put into this game to have like poke fun of other game genres and being able to customize and just do different things and just, okay, we're just going to go rain on people. There's a lot more to it. What is this, the Zelda level?
I love this so much. This is just crazy.
Raining bread
I can't help
level.
But, yeah, I'm comparing this in my head to some of the other games we've just seen today so far, and so far we've seen quite a few games which have a mechanic, and that mechanic is done really well and just is zoned in on and duplicated over many levels and whatnot. And with this game, with Rain on Your Parade, it's based around just a cloud, and the cloud itself being able to rain is kind of the concept is based around this character of a cloud. And I wanted to know more about why you chose a cloud in the first place. Was there any particular inspiration for that other than the fabled land of Seattle and all that jazz? But you built this cloud character really well, and I want to know more about the cloud design as kind of being the anchor point for all of this game design iteration and whatnot based on this cloud character.
As I mentioned earlier, it sort of started with this idea of just creating a game where you're just creating all this chaos. And the wedding scene you saw earlier was sort of the prototypical, one of the first few levels, where it was just obviously going to rain on a wedding. So it started as just a simple kind of an idea, and I wasn't sure it's going to go yet. And because I'm very ridiculous and nonsensical in my sense of humor, I just started thinking, what else could the cloud do? Well, what if it has thunder that can hurt sheep? Or what if it, can rain oil and now you can set things on fire? And it just started spiraling from that and getting the more and more ridiculous ideas that I've been showing you guys earlier. So it started as a simple raining thing, but it was but there's so much more we could do. And it's definitely a little bit of the Untitled Cloud game with some longer levels that you have to explore and have multiple objectives. But it's honestly a little bit more What the Golf or WarioWare games from back in the day. We just have a lot of short, ridiculous levels, and I just love that whole idea of just getting the craziness. And once we kind of have that cloud as a protagonist, it was also a very useful anchor. So sort of not just creating mini games, but they all have something in common. They're always a cloud, you're always hovering, and you're always raining things. just the things that you rain changes, the powers that you have also change. I think that having that cloud character makes the game feel much more consistent and kind of, as I said, anchors everything around that, and it helps guide the design.
Yeah, I think the variety that you have in all of these different levels is so cool, and definitely will keep the gameplay fresh and interesting for players. I would love to hear from a design perspective if there, or I guess from your perspective creating these levels, if there's one in particular that was your favorite to create. I know that may be a tough question, but I'm really curious if you have one where you're like, this one was so fun to make.
I think there's probably several. So the Metal Gear one was just probably one of my favorite levels, since I just randomly came up with the idea, what if like you're a Cloud, but you're like Metal Gear Cloud and you're sneaking for the compound? And I just ended up, I think, spent the whole weekend working like 14 hours a day, just like bursted that whole level out. I was just like, so like everything in my head from the initiation of the idea to the final concept, like it just was so clear. Like I knew exactly how I wanted to handle and everything and how I wanted to look. So it was just a very fun level that just immediately had an idea. And also, I think the raining bread one of the pigeons is just so ridiculous, especially with the sound effects and the pigeons constantly chirping and freaking out. And initially, I was thinking of having like, I was testing the pigeons, and as you probably saw, they're not very intelligent, as you probably noticed. So when I started testing it, I was thinking like, oh, I'm gonna have to do some, some advanced AI for steering and adjusting their, their vertical velocity separately from horizontal. As I started playing with around, and like I decided to just spawn. Let's just let's just see what happens when I spawn 50 of them, and it just immediately became so ridiculous and dumb, especially with how the pigeons look, that I just fell in love with that. It just complete ridiculous, cute, adorable mayhem. And I think that was also another level that just really clicked for me, and I just had so much fun just putting things together in that one.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the game. It's really cool to see the game handle that many pigeons on screen without lagging.
I think it's almost like if we get a box release, it's one of the things you have to put on the box. It's like like handles up to like 15 tera pigeons, teraflops of pigeons or something like. NVIDIA real-time pigeon tracing technology.
So the Steam store page says that this game is going to release on a rainy day in 2021. So does that mean it's actually going to just be released on a random day in 2021 in which it is like raining in Seattle specifically?
I mean, it is Seattle, so it's probably always going to be raining any day of March. So that makes it pretty flexible for us. We do have a specific date in mind, but we're holding off until we're a bit closer. So far, we're very on track as far as development goes. Some of the unknowns are with the console ports. We're releasing the game on Nintendo Switch and Xbox One. So I've gone through the process of porting to Nintendo Switch of our previous game. So I think I have a pretty good grasp on that. With Xbox One, that's a little bit new to me, so I'm still figuring that out. So that's honestly the biggest unknown right now, as far as when we'll be able to get the game out. But I think we're on a really good track right now.
Can you put the cloud hair on, please? The cloud hair, please. Cloud hair on cloud. Cloud hair on cloud.
Cloud's hair on cloud.
It's a cloud.
Oh my goodness.
This is too cute.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's gonna be some like super artistically talented person who's gonna perfectly draw his face on their cloud with the hair and everything too.
That's close enough.
Looks just like him.
So this game is coming out on Switch and Xbox One and Steam on PC in 2021. Is that correct?
Yep. That's the plan.
Next year.
And in the
yay.
meantime, where can everybody follow you, follow the game, keep up with updates of the game?
So probably the best place is to either join our Discord or follow us on Twitter. I'll go ahead and paste our link in the chat. That's cool. And of course, if you can wishlist the game on Steam, that's probably one of the most important metrics, especially come release time, where, if we want to get a good placement of all the, Steam algorithms. Ah, crap, I really erased my face. But yeah, if we want to get, good placement of all the Steam algorithms, then, the more wish lists we have, the better our launch will go. So definitely we're trying to push people that on the PC, and follow us on our either Discord or Twitter for updates about the other platforms.
Cool.
Great, thank
Well,
you
thank
so
you so
much. Yeah, this game looks like a ton of fun, and definitely everybody make sure you go wishlist it, show them some support. Thank you so much for joining us and for showcasing this wonderful game. I am so excited to play this. It looks like a ton of fun. We will see you in just a little bit towards the end of the day for our final Q&A block. But up next, we've got Forgotten Faiths, so we're going to check out a trailer for that game right now, and then we'll be back in just a few with the devs for that game. See you soon.
Grab some water. Stay hydrated. Hello. Welcome
How's
back,
everyone
everyone.
doing?
Welcome back, everyone, to another great day. This is still the same great day. Oh my goodness! Right now, we're going to be looking at this game called Forgotten Faiths. I'm here again with my co-hosts Meg and Rick, and also one of the developers, David. It's wonderful to all be here. And this is a visual novel / RPG. David, can you tell us more about yourself and also more about this game?
Yeah, well, I have a background in the tech industry of about 10 years, and I decided to quit doing that and make something that I actually wanted to do with myself. So I started this a few years ago as a passion project. And Forgotten Faiths is, it's something I was hoping to kind of get across, some writing and storytelling skills in a different sort of format and to, actual gaming, because I have a passion for that as well. And, it's my sincere hope that people really connect with the characters and the story of this game. And, we'll try to get across as much of that as we can during this, but, we got 30 minutes, so. And, I should also add, before we get started, this is a work in progress. So obviously, effects, art, content, all that sort of thing is somewhat in flux. So, bear that in mind. But what we're seeing is, pretty stable, pretty close to what we're going to be releasing with, which, will be a while yet when we actually get to that point.
How long has it been in development for?
Oh, I almost don't want to say. It's been a few years.
No shame.
That's
No
most
shame
indie
in long
games.
development time.
Yeah. There's no shame in how long, because you're basically it's you by yourself going through this, right?
Oh yeah. Well, for all the development, the writing, and the design, I actually have a lot of artists who are working with me on contract, and I dearly love a lot of them, and I think a few of them are watching right now. So they are my heart. They are really helping this project come to life.
Like, look, I drew that. I did that.
And honestly, I think better to take the time that you need and release a fully polished game than we can all agree a rushed game that's buggy and not playable is never really a fun experience. So I think it's great that you're taking the time that you need to, and I'm excited to check it out today.
All right. I'm going to bounce into partway through the story. And as we just recently agreed to before starting, we're going to do some impromptu voice acting here. Because there's a lot of text. This is a reading game. I'm gonna jump right in, and then we'll see some of the characters I'm talking about. All right, so we got some of them on here. We're gonna need this big guy here. That's Carlos. He's kind of a gym bro. I'm gonna need you to do him, RicJur.
All right.
Yeah. See that woman behind him is Moira, and she's kind of tough, but kind of young and inexperienced, but she's very confident. I think I want you to take her, Meg.
Okay, sure.
And Pietro there in the red on the left is he's a scrappy street kid, and perhaps Zolaire would like to take him.
I'd be delighted to.
And I'd like someone to volunteer to take Dionora here, who is a mysterious older woman.
Oh, I can do my old lady voice for that one.
It kind of even looks like Meg, with the
We
hair
both have the white
like,
stripe.
yeah.
Actually, that
cosplaying.
works. I like that. Okay. There's also Talon, who will be showing up soon. I'll go ahead and do her, and anyone else who shows up. So let's get
start
started.
swapping.
Yeah. Oh, I'm used to DMing and stuff. I can do this. All right. So take us away, Meg.
Okay, you said she's not like an old lady, right? So like, is everyone ready? Like, that's not going to be good.
Mysterious,
be too
mature
old.
woman.
Okay. Is everyone ready?
Here, ready. Rick,
Looks like we're good, as we're going to be.
All right, this should be a simple negotiation, but we are dealing with a house that is known for dishonesty. Your job is to pay attention to the room and identify threats. I will do the talking.
We're also supposed to protect you?
Oh, right. If the Skyer thorns move on us, kill everyone in the room.
Kill?
Or maim them as you prefer.
Sounds brutal.
Civility is a luxury that we cannot afford in that scenario. Are there any more questions?
All right. Someone choose.
Ooh.
So.
Oh, you get to choose? Nice.
I love dialogue options.
That's a lot. I mean, you get to choose from the different characters too.
Yeah.
It's like some characters have two choices.
Yeah.
Yeah, your choices will vary depending on who's around.
That's a really cool way of handling dialogue.
Let's do a Moira one.
All right.
Willard will be cautious about this. I can't imagine he will have any fewer than 5 men with him. Probably more.
Zolaire, you choose one.
Let's go with Moira. Let's just go. Let's go. Let's do it.
Let's go. Very well. Let us depart.
They walked down the dark city streets in silence, each steeling themselves for the trial to come. The meeting was in an old warehouse near the docks, a place, like many owned by the Skyrthorns, that was used for less than legal purposes. As it happens, this building once belonged to the House Harwood. The Harwoods being the people who were hiring you.
And further, you should know that I have procured a writ of claim. Got a little frog in my throat. On both properties, as you did not in either case register the transfer of deed with certification from a notary. So you should understand that it is a gesture of goodwill for me to offer you any money at all.
Oh, writs of claim, she says. A writ of claim in this city is only worth as much as I say it is, dear Dionora. If that is, in fact, who you really are. But tell me about this great sum of money. How much you offering me exactly?
And the exact amount will depend on appraisals, but here is a sample.
She threw a pouch onto the table. Willard Skyrthorn emptied the contents, revealing a sapphire the size of a man's eye, 3 gold coins of strange mintage, and a golden pendant studded with rubies and pearls.
Fine gemstones, rare jewels, gold. I have 3 coffers of these hidden about the city. I also have a Shen Ishu blade and 12 Rana's tears. A king's ransom.
Willard examined the offerings with an avaricious glint in his eye.
That's a $5 word if I ever saw one.
These are nice. But how do I know you have the rest of the goods?
I will present the payment to you in a public place. You may bring whomever you like to examine the offerings.
Willard jutted his chin and gave her a wolf's smile. And then the great House Harwood will ascend once more to prominence here in our fair city of Genasia. Is that the plan?
My plans are not relevant to this discussion.
Oh, but they are, my dear. They really are. You see, there's only so much coin and influence to go around. Only so many seats on the city council. Only so many berths for trading ships, and so many warehouses to hold their goods. This isn't like buying a sack of potatoes, sweetie. You're asking me to cede power to you, and on that matter, there will be no compromise.
So you will not make the deal?
Ordinarily, I would just say no and be done with it. But you had the gall to come in here with writs of claim, looking to resurrect a dead banner, a competitor's banner, in my city. I don't know if you're the real Dionora or not. Frankly, I don't give a pig's arse either way. I'm putting this to bed here and now. Coltelli, hold the madam for questioning. Kill the rest. With pleasure, boss.
Disappointing.
All right, So here we go to some actual gameplay, and I will go through this. And
whoa,
yeah, she's just gonna wreck a bunch of people. And
Oh, she's so cool. I already love
my
her.
part in this, I'm just gonna try and knock out one of them before she gets all of them. She does not stick around the whole time. Don't worry about that. Let's see. I'll try to get this guy. All right. So,
Whiff.
Telling here. Yeah. Well, you had a question?
Oh no. I was just commenting the combat names.
Oh yeah, Whiff. Well, I think it's more interesting than Miss. So she's got a little dazzling wand that will confuse this big guy and keep him from attacking for a while. And let's see, Carlos is kind of a tank, so try and knock this guy out. There we go.
So when you angle your attacks, does it increase or lower the percentage rate of you hitting them?
So one thing that might not always be immediately obvious, and it gets called out in the prologue some, is that movement is just forward and back. So, like, if I'm moving Moira here, she can move back too. She would be able to move forward too if there weren't a bunch of people here. But it's kind of rank based. So this is a rank of movement. This is a rank of movement. So all these people are one space away from all these people. So when I'm aiming, and I can turn the arrow off if it gets annoying, but you can see these are all at range 2. So she can shoot all of them. So that's all that the angle means in that case. If there's a bunch of junk in the way, my attack will go down, or my chance to hit. And she aimed on her turn, so she has a big bonus to hit. So I'm just gonna aim at this guy. And then she's just gonna wreck some people.
Roll for initiative.
Don't mess with them.
Victory.
Yeah, it's not especially clear at this point in the story why exactly Dianora needs these people with her, because she just rolls everyone. But that's a question that's meant to be there.
Quick, we need to catch the... Does that say Domi?
Domi. It's like Dominar. It's like a short version of
got it.
Dominar. Rick, you're up.
Hella. Are we enough trouble already?
That is precisely why we must find him. There is no turning away from this. We must push forward.
But...
There is no time. I will search the streets. I need you to secure this building. We're on it! Wait for my word when you are finished.
What are we doing? We're just roughing it up? A bunch of...
Skyrethorns.
Skyrethorns.
Yeah, fun
Skyrethorns,
fact,
there we
that's
go.
actually the name of a real place in the UK.
Oh, cool.
Whoa.
We did more than rough them up.
They're gonna come after. Oh, they're gonna come for us. They're really bad. This is really bad. Oh.
We just stomped these guys, Carl. We're winning.
Winning?
Look, Madam Harwood is correct. We don't really have a choice but to see this through now.
See this through to what?
Dianora knows what she's doing. You saw how she handled herself in here. She was unstoppable.
Yeah, she can handle herself. But that doesn't mean she won't get us killed.
Stop being such a Wimbleduck, Carl. This isn't like you.
Quack.
I want to call people Wimbleducks forever now.
We've never been in this deep before, Pete. Look, when we go out on the town together, I always know I can keep you guys safe. But I don't think I can do that now.
We'll keep each other safe, Carl. It isn't all on your shoulders.
All right, babe. All right.
Oh, they're an item. Now let's.
Oh, they are. Yes.
Ooh, tea.
Okay, so
Oh,
here is
cool.
the Dungeon Explorer section of the game. This will be a lot of what you're doing in the course of the game is going through different kinds of areas like this, through a view like this, and looking for little magnifying glasses like that to find out more of what's going on. So this used to be a meeting place. There's a few boxes and things scattered around. And those guys we just beat up are lying around in various states of consciousness. So we'll take a closer look at them. Some of them could recover on their own, but some of them are unlikely to survive. And Talon is wondering, should we do something for them?
We don't have the supplies or the time.
Talon says maybe we could at least give them some medicine, yeah. All right, so this is showing that, first of all, we used a healing potion, but second of all, we're getting some karma for doing that. So this is Anorus karma. So there's 8 types of karma, like 4 axes of karma, I should say, that are kind of based on emotion. And actions that you take that are associated with that emotion will shift your karma in that direction. Sometimes it's just for one character, sometimes it's for everyone in the party. In this case, everyone got a little more loving karma. And that will have some subtle and not so subtle effects on your characters in the story later on, and some mechanics as well.
Fine, but be quick. I don't know why she sounds like a southern lady. I don't know how I ended up there.
I like it.
So in here we found a pile of black crates with some medicine symbols on them. Do you think Pietro should try one?
Yeah,
Can we sample one of the bottles, please? My good man.
Pete, put that down. Do you take a drink of every bottle of green sludge you find lying around?
Hasn't killed me yet.
Don't be disgusting. Put it down.
All
Fine.
right, let's look at some identifying marks. No, he didn't actually drink it.
Oh. Probably for the better. Doesn't look like any medicine I've ever seen. There's a stamp on the side. P. Finetti.
Lot 529. We might learn more if we can find a shipping manifest. They must have an administrative office around here somewhere. And here we find someone from the Scarthorn family has a crate. We'll just see if we can just pry that off with brute strength. Carlos is big and strong.
Let's go, Carlos.
All right, so this is the challenge system. And the art in this is somewhat in flux. Like the sun is a greater arcana that needs its art done. But what happens here is you get dealt out a number of cards of fate when you do a challenge like this, and the number of cards you get is based on your skills. So since Carlos is very strong, he gets a lot of cards for this. And in the very simplest sense, you get points based on the number on the card. There are some effects based on your character's karma. Like Carlos is actually not very violent as his personality, even though he's kind of a tank. So he gets a -1 on this 7, which just gives him a 6. He is loving, though, which means he gets a +1 on this Anorus card. And he's a little bit fearful. He's a little bit, like, slightly cowardly. So if we got any of these Finetti cards, you get a -1. He's also, because Yoa is the opposite of Anorus, this is hate. So he gets a -1 on these. But he gets more than enough to pass this. So with muscles bulging, he pries it open, and he finds a bunch of good gear. So just take that, and I will suit him up real quick. So he gets to put on some light chain, and Pietro gets some stuff.
I like that you can just go into the menu and just start editing things after you collect stuff.
Yeah, so this is a paper doll system that we built in Spine 2D, so these are the characters as they show up in combat. And we can actually give some armor to Talon, too. All right. And this just says, we see blood going south. Badly wounded man is sitting at the table with blood pooling at his feet. Let's go see him. It's one of the thugs we were fighting earlier. His name is Knuckles. All right, so these are the narrators. When it gets into the white text like this, you'd see a lot more of this if we started earlier in the game. But the narrator saying, I'm not really sure what happened with Knuckles, I can guess. And then there's this yellow text, which is someone the narrator is talking to. And so there's a little bit of this back and forth going on as a meta-narrative sometimes. And so the other person is saying, I know that part of the story. And the
So
first
it's
person is a little confused.
two narrators are talking?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a conversation going on there. It's mostly the first one telling the story, but we're finding out here that the second narrator knows a little bit of the story too. I've spoken with some of the others. I heard it this way. Oh, is you. Getting dark. All right. Are we nice or are we not nice?
I like
Mean.
Pedro's response.
Put this beanhead out of his misery.
So yep,
Yep,
Doc,
clock
take
is
him down,
down
Knuckle Bone.
Knuckle Bone. We should put this beanhead out of his misery.
Just like that, Pete?
You think he would hesitate if it was you sitting there spilling your guts on the floor?
I don't know. I just wonder, what kind of people are we becoming?
Moira steps in and slits the wounded man's throat. He coughs and convulses, fighting through the last few spasms of life.
Alright, wait. At Angie's?
Aegis.
Yeah.
Aegis.
Aegis. Aegis on high. Moira, what?
No. Moira wasn't like that. She wasn't that brutal. Not until later. Maybe not. Or maybe she hid it from you.
Compassion, Carl. He was suffering.
Moira, you should have said the words.
Well, say them now.
From life unto death, the full moon wanes as all things must, and is then born anew. In reverent sorrow, we commit this soul to the Aether. In hope, we pray that his sins are subsumed in wisdom.
Good luck with that.
Shh.
May his journey continue until the last star fades on our final night. By Aegis be it so.
Didn't know you were moon kids.
Moon kids? Pete, you really are an ass sometimes.
Yeah, all right. The Moonlight Vigil. Anyway, there's a key here on his belt. We should probably take that.
All right. So then we can search through some lockers and get a few more things. We could have used this crowbar if we couldn't pry the crate open with raw strength. But we got some boosts, so.
So you are able to go back to the spot and do events.
We could go back here, and if we hadn't gotten that crate already, we'd still be able to try it with the crowbar.
Cool.
Well, let's see what's going on outside. Party finds himself at the waterfront side of the warehouse. A few carts lay nestled here against the outer wall, and the only signs of what would be a bustling workday during the day. The yard is a flat and empty expanse of brick paving leading up to the wooden planks of the docks. In the distance, they can make out lamplight from scores of small trading vessels and tiny pinpricks of light from the farthest berths, where a massive galleon is moored.
I don't see any signs of trouble out here.
Somewhere in the distance are the sounds of conflict.
I'm guessing that was Dianora.
Should we help?
She told us to secure the building. Come on, back inside.
Oh. Shh, wait.
All right, so we got an awareness challenge.
Perception check.
Oh, God.
Death card.
Death? Oh my god.
I can redraw that one. Oh, we still fail.
But
maybe it was nothing.
Would a death card be like the character dies?
No, we would just fail the challenge. It's an auto fail if that card is on there.
Okay.
We get to do a few redraws on the cards that are drawn based on our perks. So actually, I can show a little bit of that in here. So like he's got toughness. That doesn't really help on any skill checks because of hit points. Pietro has stealth, so he would get to do an extra redraw on something that was related to stealth. She has survival, so tracking and surviving out in the wilderness. And Talon just has ancient languages, which will help if we found something that was ancient and indecipherable. But we're not going to find that in this warehouse.
I'm really intrigued by the use of the Arcana system in the cards. That seems really interesting.
Yeah, I've got someone working on art for that. That's pretty cool. We might see some of it at some point. The throne cards have been done if one of them shows up. And then we get attacked at the top of the stairs. We don't have Dianora to help us this time. All right, so we're getting attacked from two sides. So I'm actually going to have most of the people focus on the back to keep them from coming up our rear, while Carlos is just going to tank these guys because he has armor and a shield. And I'm just going to throw a knife at this guy. Let's see if I can.
So far, I personally have really loved the characters that we've met. I think that you've done a great job of making them feel deep and authentic and interesting. I already am intrigued by these characters. I care about them. I love Pietro's sassiness, and I just love the way they interact with each other. So I'm really intrigued, especially by the fact that there are 18 characters, right? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so 18 playable characters is what we're planning to release with, and obviously the ones you run into earlier will have more story associated with them. But yeah, those will be people you can have with you for adventures. There will be, at some point the story opens up so that you can go to an overland area and choose different missions to go on from there. And I will say that you can't actually have all 18 characters on the roster at the same time because some of them are going to exclude each other.
Oh, okay.
They don't all follow the same faith, and some of them don't get along. There will be some points in the game. There will be some points in the game where you have to make a decision as to who you're going to keep.
So we have a question of when the battle starts. Can you reposition your characters, or they always start out like that?
So there is a way to adjust the formation of your characters, and I'll show that when we're actually done with combat. So that will determine how you would start the fight as sort of a standard setting. You wouldn't be repositioning for every fight. You just say, I'm adventuring with this party right now. I think they should probably have this formation. Yeah, when we get done with this, looks like we got some levels. So I'll show that real quick.
Level up.
Oh, cool.
All right, so we can do formation. It's pretty simple. Actually, you should probably have Moira in the back anyway. So this would be the front.
Oh, gotcha.
This would be the second row. Okay.
But that's the formation that affects going into fights.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, so he gets some hit points and a new skill slot. So I can decide what abilities I want to take with me into combat based on stuff that I've learned. He knows a little bit of rudimentary rogue skill, which is what Pietro uses normally. So I can set that here. And now I've gained the ability to use the lunge, which is something that allows me to use a close-in attack as I'm moving forward into an enemy's rank, and then position myself in the rank with them. It can be very disruptive for enemies that don't have a good close-in attack. Daggers are good for close-in fighting, but some other things, like if you're holding a spear, you actually can't fight at point blank. So it's a good thing to use against them. Also allows you to get in closer against enemies that can use a reaction attack on you trying to move in.
So we're just about out of time here, unfortunately, on this amazing-looking game. Where can we follow you to kind of keep up on the development of this game, and what platforms is it coming out? Is there like a Steam wish list that we can look up or anything like that?
I do not have any official I'm not trying to rush forward to something while we're talking. I don't have any official release type stuff yet, so I don't have like a Steam page front or anything like that. I do have a website that people can follow me on, and I just set up a Facebook presence as well. Yeah, if you look at wintercourtstudios.com, you'll find my official website for the company, and you can find details on the progress of the game there. I do a monthly update on where the game is going, and I've got a lot of backstory and things that I've written on there as well for people who want to follow along. You can also find Wintercourt on Wintercourt Studios LLC on Facebook. You can probably just find us by searching.
Cool.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff going on in this game and the depthness that you put into development for this, and it's really cool to see all this dialogue, text, and interactions with all the characters, and having a big roster of characters that you can use in your parties.
This, by the way, is one of the thrones. So this is the throne of the Trust Karma. So that is what the art style will look like for the other Arcana when it's done.
Oh, cool. I'm glad we got to see that.
Thank you so much, David, and for showing us this game today. And we'll be talking with you again in a little bit here for our live Q&A. But for now, we're going to say bye to you for now, and then we will be checking out the trailer for the last game we're going to take a look at today, which is called Curse. We're going to roll that trailer now here in a sec. Thank you so much, everyone, for voice acting in this awesome game and for playing along. David, you are an incredible voice actor.
Oh, why, thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Welcome to the AIC Mars Colony. Please do not interfere with any of the workers. Please proceed to the primary base for processing. Welcome to the AIC Mars Colony. Please do not interfere with any of the workers. Please proceed to the primary base for processing. Welcome to the AIC Mars Colony. Please do not interfere with any of the workers. proceed to the primary base for processing. Welcome to the AIC Mars Colony. Please do not interfere with any of the workers. Please proceed to the primary base for processing.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Seattle Indies Expo Online. I'm Meg Kayley and I'm joined again by Rick and Zolaire, my wonderful co-hosts, and we are joined by one of the devs on Kerr, which looks like a super, super fun game. So thank you so much for joining us. Can you introduce yourself and tell us what you do?
Hey, yeah, my name is Kieran. I'm the, creative director and developer of Kerr, along with another business partner, and a few contractors.
Well, awesome. I guess we'll just jump right in and take a look here. Rick is going to be playing some gameplay for us. But can you tell us just a quick overview of the game and what it's all about?
Sure. So Kerr is like a retro-inspired old school shooter. So if you think of like classic Doom or Duke Nukem, there's a whole bunch of levels with secrets and a whole bunch of weapons and things to shoot and blow up. And yeah, there's also a little bit of story. We take a lot of inspiration from like Half-Life and like GoldenEye. So yeah.
So does everything look good for everybody?
Looks great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Running real smooth on my end.
Let's see. What is my crouch button? Oh man, no. Oh, I didn't set my crouch button. I got to use my other keyboard. Sorry. Woo!
So when watching the... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, so I played earlier because I had to get used to the game and understand about it. Like there's movable objects in this game. What decided to get you to start having objects that allows the user to start moving things around?
So basically, in a little bit, you'll see you pick up this sort of power boot, and it allows you to sort of kick things and sort of propel yourself around the map. And so once we sort of integrated that, we were like, okay, now you just got to be able to kick everything you see. So we pretty much made a lot of things movable.
That's fun. I love that you can kick stuff around, and I cannot wait to see that. When I watched the trailer originally, it kind of reminded me of a lot of the things I love about Doom. You have a lot of these intense battles, nonstop shooting, and just like this ongoing intensity. And so I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about the combat experience and kind of how intense it'll be for us to play.
Sure. So in this first level, it's not too bad in my opinion, but one of the games in terms of difficulty that we sort of drew on was the original Blood, and that's not an easy game. So our game's definitely going to be challenging, and we created a handful of enemies and varieties of them. There's this sort of main character called Tiny Tim, and he's basically this old security officer taken over by AI. And there's a version of him with a hammer. There's a version of him that shoots shotguns. There's a version with the riot shield. So we're really just trying to create a whole bunch of different play styles to make you use your boot and keep the movement flowing.
I loved that the character that you play as is described as, in the trailer, a character that just wants a paycheck. I think that's a really nice change of pace, especially when you have so many games where you have like this selfless hero who is like putting their life on the line to help everybody. And this guy is just like, nah, I just want money. I just want a paycheck. Like, I just think it's kind of a cool change of pace.
Yes, and that's what we're going for. We're a game that doesn't take ourselves too seriously, and so we thought our protagonist shouldn't either. So this section is just our tutorial section. Teaches you how to use our boot. You can pretty much propel yourself upward, almost like a rocket jump, if you ever played Quake. You can kick off walls a little bit. So you can do a lot of cool stuff, especially once you sort of master the mechanics.
Yeah, it's definitely tough to try and master the kicks and like kicking off walls and things like that.
Yeah. So whenever I was going to say, whenever your pistols or your weapons go like that, we sort of have a power-up mode, and you'll temporarily get a damage boost, like quad damage and a fire speed, things like that.
So
I really love what... Sorry, we always can go to talk at the same time. I just had a comment. I was just going to say, I think the kicking is a really cool element to add to traversal, because you have so many different types of traversal in games. You can swing around in Spider-Man. You can, in like games like Assassin's Creed, you can climb stuff. But I feel like being able to kick and propel yourself is really cool and something you don't see super often. So I really love that and think that's super unique. And I'm interested to see how it ties into the gameplay, especially later in the game as well.
Oh yeah. Eventually, if you happen to make it to level 2, you can actually start to upgrade that boot and start to do a whole bunch of new stuff.
Ooh.
Oh, they can crawl through there. I didn't know that. Bugs.
Oh.
So there's a lot of Half-Life inspiration in some of our enemies as well.
Oh.
So the game's really fast paced. Like it's meant to keep moving. Like, yeah, you can stand still and like try and dodge, but eventually you're gonna get overwhelmed if you're not killing things. Being terrible at this game.
Speaking of Half-Life, specifically, when I was learning and doing some research on this game, the description of it promises some classic 90s lore and humor, and I was wondering if there were any Easter eggs specifically in this game that you could maybe tease us about? Or is it kind of more of like a general, is it kind of more like a general a general reference as opposed to being like an exact like Easter egg item?
A little bit of both. Overall, the tone is very humorous and a little bit of a parody game, I'd say. But we definitely plan to pack a whole bunch of Easter eggs in there. We pretty much have a whole level dedicated to the dope fish already. There's definitely going to be more to come too.
So, what inspired you for the demons or to create the monsters?
As Meg mentioned earlier, you play as this pretty much mercenary that just wants to get paid, and there's this all-knowing evil corporation called the Corporation, and they hire you to travel to Mars to destroy one of their research facilities. So once you arrive, which is this first level, you quickly discover that their research has a mind of its own to say, and it's pretty much AI they invented that came to life and wanted so badly to be human that they just started killing humans and wearing their flesh. So that's what you're fighting.
Probably smells really bad. I don't know why that was the first thing I just thought. They probably reek. That's really cool. I like that as well. I think there's something we're kind of seeing as a theme here is you've just done a lot to make this game feel unique and kind of put a different spin on things. Like, we've seen so many different takes on robots and like robot takeovers, but the fact that these ones are just like ripping human skin off and wearing it, that is so crazy, but also in like a really cool way for people who like that kind of lore and stuff. So I love that.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very slippery game. it's so hard to stay on platforms from time to time. But it's great though. I really like the complexity of the level, like how like you can traverse different areas with different ways of like, okay, I can step on this or do this. But when you add the boot to it, it's like, okay, now I can just like power jump here or wall kick off this wall to get over to this section.
Oh yeah, and that's actually a big part of our level planning. Sort of making sure there's these secret boot paths to go to and alternate routes to travel if you don't necessarily like as much combat.
I think I would be tempted to try and just kick all of the enemies, though I don't think that would be very effective. We've seen a little bit of, the fact that there's a variety of games or guns and weapons that you can choose from in this game. Can you tell us more about the variety of weapons we can pick from?
Yeah, we have our pretty much classic FPS weapons, our pistols, rifle, the shotgun, of course, our rocket launcher. We plan to add sort of this freeze gun, so you can sort of freeze and then kick. There's currently a shrink gun in game, so any of the big bad bosses or some of the enemies that are a little down and try to stomp them with your foot. So we're trying to get creative without getting too crazy.
So yesterday I was talking to you and I told you that I was playing at 6,000 DPI. This is 2,500 DPI. That's what I'm playing on right now.
Okay.
But when I was on 6,000, it was just like, whoa! It was so crazy of me trying to like run around and shoot things.
And I noticed that you approached some of the health vendors. So we have health caps that you can sort of upgrade and raise your health cap. But our health vendors also contain multiple health packs. So if you just go up and like spam E, it will pretty much let you take as many as you can.
Oh, so I can overheal.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know I can overheal. It was like 5 in the machine. I was like, oh, I gotta be careful because I can't take everything. Oh, okay, cool. Yes, that makes it so much easier that I can overheal.
Awesome.
Because I'm used to like Wolfenstein or Doom. If you overheal, your heal starts to go down. You could only be at a max 100, but you can go over 100, but it starts ticking down over time.
Yeah, at first, our first iteration of our health in this game was actually completely uncapped, so you could pretty much get as much health as you can find. But that made some of our later levels a lot easier. But so we eventually decided into some food upgrades, and you can eventually get about 999 health if you play it right.
Wow. Yes. So the jumping mechanic is definitely something to get used to. Having to hit spacebar and kick at the same time in order to get that double jump. What? Okay. That was weird. I was stuck on an edge. It took me a while to get used to because I was trying to like jump and then kick or kick and then jump. I was like, no, you got to hit it at the same time.
Yep.
It's an art.
Exactly. Hard at first, but once you get used to it, it becomes a lot of fun.
I like the tilt that you have. How it like sways.
Oh yeah, that looks great.
It really.
Ooh.
Yeah. Once when you notice it, you're like, oh, nice. And then it's like you start playing. You're like, yeah, now I'm gonna get in this room and just like, just start shooting stuff.
Yeah, that's actually one of our love-hate features, but I love it in my personal opinion.
Trying to get through.
So,
okay, I gotta go push the buttons. The button. The button.
Boop. There you go.
You just heated yourself up that hill there, Rick.
Yeah, you're getting the hang of this.
And button.
Oh, yeah.
Woo!
Ooh, a nice cutscene to let us know we did it.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be a big baddie, but it's just Tiny Tim.
It's just Tiny Tim.
hi,
There's
Oh,
Tiny
no,
Tim.
he... Oh, yeah,
He's
he's
not
big.
tiny.
Never mind.
His name is a
He is
lie.
not tiny.
Change his name to Large Larry.
So what inspired you to do a gory demon-y type of game?
So both me and Brian, the other partner in Really Ragdoll, we sort of grew up with these old school shooters. I remember playing like GoldenEye way back on the Nintendo. I remember so many old games. Half-Life, when that came out, I used to watch my uncle play that like every day, and that just blew my mind. So these were the sort of games that we grew up on and like got us into gaming, and it just really became like a passion project once we got started.
Nice. Yeah, I love the style. Like it's 8-bit style. It has its diversity in the level. Oh no, I'm at ammo. Am I completely at ammo? I'm completely at ammo. No. I need bullets.
Find bullets.
Bullets. Is that bullets? Bullets. Okay, cool. What are the yellow things that I'm picking up?
So they are actually energy. If you make it to level 2, once you upgrade your boot, and even when you kick, you'll slowly lose energy. And certain boot upgrades and abilities cost a little bit more energy. So basically, the more you kill, the more you can use your boot.
Ah, okay. So I did like go to level 2 and just like play around in it, and I found out that it had a supercharge. So earlier when I restarted the game just now, I was just like, why isn't the supercharge working? What's going on?
Right? And that's personally my favorite ability, that supercharge. You can just destroy everything you see. So you actually found one of our alt paths, sort of like a platforming path, I'd say, or a route.
Oh.
Nice, we're getting good at that, boot.
So on the note of the art style, which we touched on earlier, I think that one of the impressive things to me about this game is the fact that it feels so alive and just so vivid, especially within the limitations of kind of keeping that retro aesthetic. I love, for some reason, it sounds weird to be like, I love watching the blood spurt everywhere. That sounds crazy. But I think it's like oddly satisfying and kind of cool to see that. So I would love to hear a little bit more about, art direction and kind of how you manage that for this game.
Sure. In terms of style, that was almost by accident. We started off just trying to create the sort of pixelated, chunky retro look. But I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of games in this niche currently, and I think a lot of technical artists do it better than I do. So I just started fumbling around with it and adding, messing around with shaders and adding outlines to things. And so we sort of got this like Borderlands retro look cross. And then as far as, like our blood and our effects go, we just started vamping those up. I remember we did a playthrough, one of our first playthroughs. Some of the feedback we got was, it'd be cool if you can just kill things and you just see blood splatter everywhere and it would just stay there forever. And we were like, oh yeah, that sounds amazing. And we just started working on it and we loved it ever since. So we sort of just made this bright, really like one big square pixelated blood, and it's sort of charming.
Yeah, charming. And also I tend to be somebody who has a terrible sense of direction, both in real life and in video games. And I feel like it's kind of a nice indicator of, hey, you've already been here. There's blood everywhere. Yeah. Go the other way.
Yeah, definitely. That's really good, because there's most games that like, oh, you killed the body and then it like sinks into the ground and the blood fades away and you're like, oh, well, I have no idea if I've been here or not. So just let's roam around.
Oh, yeah.
The body's not here. Did I kill somebody?
You gotta have the blood and go around.
I can't hear the audio because how I have things hooked up right now. But when I was playing by myself, I do like the music. And now we're in the upgrade area. So this is where we can like go into the upgrade and then we have our boot. which now we can increase our boot. We can do, so if we do this one, it's like a magnetic boot, so it draws in more ammo and things like that. If you go back out, then you have, let's see, which was this? The fly kicking. So hold the charge, release to delete to delete foes via foot. Question, profit. I like the humor that y'all also added in the description of y'all's abilities too.
Thank you. Yeah, everything is almost this corporate satirical tone going on.
Let's see. I think the one that I did was it speed? I think it was this one. So so we purchased it. We exit. Yeah, so now, where did he come from? Oh, Jesus.
Whoa.
Okay.
That was a lot. There was a lot that just...
that was a lot of blood.
That startled me, and I'm not even playing it.
So there's like locked areas.
I loved the voice that I was hearing that was reading out the upgrades, going like "quick step." That was very fun. You talked a little bit about the soundtrack, Rick, and that was one thing I definitely wanted to ask about as well, because I know you have metal and dubstep music. So I'd love to just hear overall about how things like having those voices and the soundtrack add to the experience, and kind of what the sound design process was like for you.
Sure. So one thing that we're still working on, and it's not the easiest system, but our whole VO and dialogue system is something we really wanted to shoot for. We could just have text or, very little VO. But as I said, one of our biggest inspirations is Half-Life, and that sort of brought storytelling to that genre. So we just sort of decided to sort of lean in, and we wrote a script, and we have a few characters. The quick step voice you actually heard is is actually the boot. Which is sort of like this symbiote sort of guy, but in a boot form. And so he loves it when you kill things, and you'll occasionally hear him chuckle under his breath and just encourage you to murder everything you see. So when you upgrade him, he gets very happy. And our main character is a woman. She's a voice actor from Australia, actually. And she just does a great delivery for this sort of, I'm just here to get paid. All this crazy robot nonsense doesn't really matter to me. And so I think the voice actors and everything really throw the tone together and portray this sort of comedic atmosphere. And as far as the music goes, we are trying to go a little bit more techno than metal, but dubstepy, like you said. We're a very sci-fi, Dead Space-esque looking game. So we didn't want to go full-on metal with like Doom or anything. So our sound composer is doing a very good job of making this really alien, but still like vibe to kill
I'm
to.
stuck. No. Okay. Sorry.
You must find help. I believe in you.
Whoa. It just disappeared. All right. Oh, there you go. Buttons. So many buttons.
I love that the boot is a living being. I think that's awesome. I didn't know about that at all, and I think that's super unique and fun. I want an encouraging boot that cheers me on in life.
And it's only one boot. It's not two. It's only one.
Yeah.
Like I thought at first I was like, oh, okay, so you get boots. Cool. No, it's only one boot, and it's talking to you.
Yeah.
I feel like
the other
that
part
has
is
a-
completely normal.
Oh.
I feel like that has a good narrative implication for like bootlicker as a term, like a corporate bootlicker. I feel like that has some.
You got on.
yeah.
You got it.
Whoa, wait, what? How did I get back here? Oh, it must have saved there. Okay, 2. Can I do another one?
You can.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So how do I see how much? Wait, what? How did I?
Oh.
I died, but I re-entered the menu.
That's a great question.
Sweet. Bugs. Hey, did I tell you? Did I ever tell you that I was in the gaming industry for 10 years? But I was in the gaming industry for quality assurance. So finding bugs is my specialty. Looks like little Lego bricks. Jammed? No. I won't be jammed. I'll kick the window.
I would have done the same thing. Let me just kick it open.
So there's no map in this game, right?
There is not.
Yeah.
All the secrets and paths you have to find organically.
Good.
Oh.
Because there's some games that put maps in there, but I like games without maps.
I do too.
Because I love building my mental map. It's like, okay, I've been in this room, and this room has this has this, and it's just when I play with my partner in like Borderlands or something like that, she's like, how do you do that? That's just crazy to me that you can mental map this whole entire game and know where everything is. And I'm like, yeah, it's simple. It's just tell my brain where things are.
And from a developer standpoint, it's actually really helped us sort of be really intentional with our level design. Since we don't have a map to show you, things like the blood and landmarks become really important.
Oh, wait. Oh, I thought I saw a body. It's like, was that a body? No. Kind of stuck. Let's see, there's down here. Oh, I haven't gone down here. Oh, wait, no, it went back out here. Is that the button? No, that's blood. Is that a button? That's not the button. Is that a car flipped over on its... It is. It's a tanker truck.
It's a big bus. It's a gas bus.
A gas bus.
So we're locked. We need the key. I gotta find the key. Enhancing. Enhance. Enhance. Okay, it's not working. All right. Where is it? Here? I think it's up here. Yeah.
So Kura is currently in development. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep. We plan to release early 2021.
And what platforms is it going to be available on?
So for now, we can confirm Steam. We do want to come to console, but we can't confirm any console platforms yet.
Oh my goodness. All right. So the boot teleportation type thing, when it boosts you forward, that's really disorienting from time to time because it's like, all right, cool. Oh, I didn't expect it to actually go through them. Because when you go through them, you're actually making them explode. And then it's just like, oh, they exploded. Okay, let me just continue on. I do love the kicking the doors. So if they're behind the doors will splatter them. Like you added a lot of interacting within the levels, which I love. I love being able to interact with a lot of items, to do things, to break away stuff, because it really adds a lot to your game.
Oh yeah, and that's definitely things we've sort of continued to polish, and we've recently done like an interactable and breakable pass, just because, yeah, like you said, it adds so much to levels in general, especially for sort of an old school game like this. So we're always looking to add more as well.
Yes. Add so much more, but you can't add a lot because then it might like bog down your game. You might have some issues with like not latency. Oh my goodness, just memory.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, physics stuff. It's like, okay, cool, we had this item, but now it has a memory leak. We didn't know about the memory leak. It's just like, oh, we crashed the game.
Definitely, always got to be careful, but yeah, it's things we sort of brainstorm every day. What else can we add in that people can just interact with they didn't know of? I think on our third level, there's that is an out-of-bounds secret area.
Oh my gosh.
Do it. Go there.
Wait, go where? Where do you want me to go? You want me to go out there? Oh, I can't. Let's kick off the wall.
The secret
In terms
area.
of secrets, though, you are very warm.
I can get out of here.
Yeah, I feel like
literally,
there's a
'cause you're on
secret
lava.
somewhere in this area.
Yeah, it's up there.
Oh.
Okay, I gotta kick off the wall. So we're gonna jump kick and then kick off the wall. Or try to. I keep hitting that corner. Get a little bit further back.
While we're working on getting up the wall, can you tell us where we can follow you and follow you for developments on this game and for any other future projects you are doing?
Sure. Our Twitter is just at RillyRagdoll. My Twitter is at IndieDevKey. Our website is RillyRagdoll. And then, of course, you can wishlist us on Steam. If you just sort of search up Kerr, we should show up. Oh, you found the shrink gun.
I got the tiny Tim. There are some who call me Tim. Oh no, I'm underwater. No. I can't get out of the water. What?
If you look up and hold space, you should eventually get out. Hopefully.
Hey, let me do this. Can I kick underneath the? Oh, it's probably too deep. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Okay, I really want to use.
Thank you, Kieran, and thank you, Rick, for playing this game. Thank you, Kieran, for being on stream today and talking about what you're working on. We're actually going to jump now into a live Q&A with all of the devs from the 3 games we've talked about this afternoon, which is Kerr, Forgotten Faiths, and Ray on Your Parade. And so we're going to be doing that up next here in just a couple minutes. Hang tight here on the stream, folks, and we'll be back here shortly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Control 2 characters who fall in opposite directions and transfer their momentum to each other in Deleveled by Toaster Fuel. Toggle switches, go through one-way walls, and traverse disappearing floors in this physics-based puzzle platformer. Set out with up to 4 friends to explore the whimsical world of Letterbound by Hunt & Peck Games. A couch co-op spelling adventure where you spell your way to a high score or battle to be the best speller. Dance it out when you succeed. Smash and slash your way through waves of enemies in Breakpoint by Studio Aesthesia. Experience the impact of twin-stick gameplay with full contact combat, bringing the unbridled chaos of arcade shooters into the world of Melee. Travel the world as a mischievous cloud in the slapstick comedy game Rain on Your Parade by Unbound Creations. Play a wide range of short and sweet levels, unlock new abilities, and watch as the game gets even more ridiculous. The story of a merchant house in a world on the mend, their leaders sifting through the ashes of history for lost secrets, some better left forgotten. Experience the mix of RPGs and visual novels in Forgotten Faiths by Winter Court Studios. Boot flesh-wearing robots across the screen and cling to your sanity as you bail out the corporation in Kerr by Really Ragdoll Studios. Hired to stop their demented AI, you're no hero. You just want a paycheck. Control 2 characters who fall in opposite directions and transfer their momentum to each other in Deleveled by Toaster Fuel. Toggle switches, go through one-way walls, and traverse disappearing floors in this physics-based puzzle platformer. Set out with up to 4 friends to explore the whimsical world of Letterbound by Hunt & Peck Games. A couch co-op spelling adventure where you spell your way to a high score or battle to be the best speller. Dance it out when you succeed. Smash and slash your way through waves of enemies in Breakpoint by Studio Aesthesia. Experience the impact of twin-stick gameplay with full contact combat, bringing the unbridled chaos of arcade shooters into the world of Melee. Travel the world as a mischievous cloud in the slapstick comedy game Rain on Your Parade by Unbound Creations. Play a wide range of short and sweet levels, unlock new abilities, and watch as the game gets even more ridiculous. The story of a merchant house in a world on the mend, their leaders sifting through the ashes of history for lost secrets, some better left forgotten. Experience the mix of RPGs and visual novels in Forgotten Faiths by Winter Court Studios. Boot flesh-wearing robots across the screen and cling to your sanity as you bail out the corporation in Cur by Really Ragdoll Studios. Hired to stop their demented AI, you're no hero. You just want a paycheck. Control two characters who fall in opposite directions and transfer their momentum to each other in Deleveled by...
Hello, I think we're back. Okay, there we go. We've
We're
got
back.
the audio off on that trailer. Welcome back, everybody. I'm joined one final time for today by Zolaire and Rick, and we are in Discord with all of the developers from the last 3 games that we checked out here on the stream together, and basically we're just going to pick their brains. So if you have any questions for any of them, feel free to drop them in the chat, whether that's a personal question for all of them or if it's a question about their game. Now's the time to ask. So honestly, I just want to get started with your game dev origin stories, because I think that this is always a really, really interesting thing to hear about. So I'd love to hear from each of you about how you got started with game development and what kind of drew you to it from all of the other fields that exist in the world. So we'll start at the very top of our Discord channel and just work our way down.
So I guess that would be me first. Looks like it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So my game dev story. Well, I've always been a nerd since I was a little kid, and I always loved video games. And I remember I'm originally from Poland. That's where I grew up and spent half of my life. So I remember picking up like a magazine, video game magazine, that had an article saying we're gonna write our own Pong clone in assembler. That was like 20 years ago, and just got all my gears moving and just really inspired me. And I started learning programming as a kid and just started jumping into making very awful early games back in the day. And then in 2013, I was sort of freelancing. I was doing film stuff in LA, and I was working on my first game, Postmortem One Must Die, which ended up getting through Steam Greenlight back when that was a thing, which means we were able to publish it and sell it on Steam, which was a bit more exclusive back in the day. So I realized, oh crap, I'm going to be selling this thing. I need a business license and all this stuff. And that kind of just went from there.
Oh man, I didn't think about developers having to get business license in order to start selling their games. Wow. That's a whole other step to take. And you have so many so much paperwork to fill out, and it's like, okay, I classify myself as a business, and yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, filling out self-employment taxes, speaking from experience, is not fun. Nope.
It sucks.
Yep. The next quarterly estimate was just due 5 days ago.
It's that time of year. Yep.
So am I supposed to go up now?
Yeah, you're up.
Okay, so my origin story. I was bitten by a radioactive space invader, and I got pixel powers. And, I can shoot things down at the little guy down at the bottom, but he keeps hiding behind these little pillocks. No, I've
I can tell you're a writer.
I've been playing games since I was in diapers. Since we had these like ancient Coco computers made by Tandy, the leather company, and you could get all these things on little discs to go into this big chunky disk drive that would go next to the Coco, and then you could like type load Donkey Kong or whatever, and then we had like 50 or 100 of those games. And we had an Intellivision too, so I guess I started with console too. But yeah, as far as programming, I got a computer science degree, and I was doing boring web development stuff for 10 plus years, and I always wanted to get into gaming somehow. It's just that I just could not steer myself in that direction. And really, what it takes is you just need to jump. You just need to go. You want to dabble a bit and learn to get over there. But at some point, you just got to jump. Or, get a career path going through an actual school that does gaming, which, I didn't really have a choice for back in the day. No, I am much less financially secure now, but I do not regret a single moment of it.
And Kieran, you're up next. What's your game dev origin story?
Oh, all right. So basically, I just grew up with sort of tech in my family and watching them play video games as well. And so they've sort of always been around me. And I just guess one day I asked myself, hey man, how do I do that? And I went to my computer and started Googling, and I really never looked back. And that's how I started.
Yeah, it's that.
Honestly, same.
Yeah, it's that deep want to dig deeper and to understand the gaming industry or learning how to build a game, and you could find a lot on the interweb. And you can also find a lot. I mean, it's like you can join Discords now and ask questions, and people have solved problems that you may be encountering with your game that you're like, oh, I never thought of to change this or to do this in order to get it to work. It's a really cool place to be now.
Speaking of receiving, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, there's so many resources like the GDC talks and YouTube in general. They just help so much.
And speaking of resources that are extremely helpful with supporting your indie game, can you all tell me about how the Seattle's indies community has helped and influenced the game development process for each of you? And we'll just run down the line again like we did last time.
Jake, you're up first.
Sorry.
Can
you repeat that?
Meg, could you repeat?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Sorry, your mic cut out on my end. I asked about how the Seattle Indies community has helped your game development process and has influenced it.
I moved to Seattle about 4 years ago now, and honestly, it was a fantastic choice for as far as like game dev career, and the community here is a big reason for that. There's just been a lot of opportunities like the Seattle Indies Expo, the one happening in person. There's a very supportive kind of a vibe with weekly, monthly, recurring events. You really feel like you're part of something. You're not alone anymore. Versus living in Los Angeles before, there's a lot of big AAA studios, but there's not much of a cohesive indie scene, and not nearly as the Seattle Indies. So just being in that environment makes you feel more supported, less alone. There's people you can talk to. There's people you can ask for advice, share your experiences with. So it's just been a really good environment to be creating in.
As for me, I didn't really get involved with the Seattle indie scene until last year's holiday party, because I've been working in seclusion mostly. But I had a good time with karaoke there and singing Frank Sinatra. But
Karaoke's always a good time.
yeah, I'm down. But I do have to say that this process in particular, the expo with the jury panel, gave me some amazing feedback. There were a lot of really great suggestions in there, and I've already implemented a bunch of them. And honestly, I wish I could hire some of those people, but they're anonymous. So, I mean, on contract, I can't hire people full time. I don't have that kind of money. But no, that was super helpful, and I'm really glad that I had a chance to do this.
And how about you, Z-Ron?
Kieran.
Sorry, I was reading the Z in your Discord username, and I just said it wrong.
No worries. But just to build off of what the other two said, this community's been really great. Just aside from the actual events and the expos, even the Facebook group and meeting new people, just to test or help out is amazing. Just being able to network with everybody and connect is great. And everybody here has been very welcoming, especially in terms of indie development. Or whether they're from indies themselves or in the AAA industry. So it's been great to get advice and feedback from everybody.
So we have a question for Forgotten Face. Not expecting a yes, but I'm curious is if there's a plan to do voice acting for the game. But from what I heard when we were playing, it sounds like that there are voices in there.
All right, so you might have heard a little bit of babble speech, which is something I've been experimenting with. So yeah, that was going on a little bit quietly in the background. I haven't decided if I want to keep that yet. I still have in the back of my mind a thought that I want to do partial voice acting. So if you think about Octopath Traveler, where you've got a little bit of voicing, but there's a lot of text that doesn't get voiced. That's similar to what I'm thinking of doing. Just having a number of emotes, and I really want to get some voice acting for combat emotes in particular. So like if someone gets hurt or does a power attack or something. Yeah. I'd really like to get that in. And then at the very least, maybe take some samples from that voice actor and do some babble off it, or do the Octopath method. I haven't fully decided yet, but yeah, that's the direction I'm going.
Nice. Let's see. Do we have any more questions in the chat that people would want to ask, or anything from our host that they would like to ask the developer?
While people, go ahead, Zolaire.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, like, during the playthrough of Forgotten Faiths, we had a number of questions which we were thinking about asking you, but then we got caught up in voice acting, and that was definitely a very good use of our time. I think everyone can agree with that. But I had a question for you, David, about the writing for Forgotten Faiths, because there's like 18 characters in this, which is like honestly a lot for a visual novel. And like as someone who's working on their own visual novel, like in their spare time, super like low-key personal project, like even just having like half a dozen characters, that's a lot of work of like writing it and whatnot, and like keeping the scope reasonable. So I'm wondering if you have any pro tips on how to scope character development for a visual novel.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's too ambiguous of a question, but
No,
as a writer myself, I'm interested in this, and I'm sure other people are as well.
It's a good question, and to be honest, I don't know if I'm the best person to ask because my scoping has not been my strong suit. Yeah, I keep finding like, oh man, I scoped this too big. There's a ton of writing that goes into something like this, and especially with that many characters. Obviously, there are trade-offs. If you have a large quantity, you can't do of characters, you can't do as much writing for each of them. And as I mentioned during the playthrough, characters you'll see earlier are going to have a lot more dialogue than the ones you see later. So like the ones you get later, they're going to be interesting characters, but you're not going to have like a whole, torrid romance with them or anything.
I mean, that would be pretty cool. It's like you can start, you can romance your characters, and then they have like a split dialogue, and then other people can get jealous, and then start.
See, that all cascades outward, and it really screws up your scope.
Sure.
Yeah, that's something you're constantly fighting with writing something like this. Any kind of RPG like this really is dealing with that sort of cascade of complexity when you start looking at different options for things people can do, and then trying to figure out how to reel it all back in so you can actually finish something. I have written multiple books worth of content already, and I still have a lot more to do. It's a lot. So that's why
very believable. Yeah, no, that's kind of writing scales up super fast. Like as soon as you add in another character, that's just so much more writing to do. Thank you for elaborating on that.
My pleasure.
So again, a reminder to everybody in chat, if you have any questions for any of these devs, definitely feel free to drop them in chat and we will ask them on your behalf for you. But while you are writing up your questions, this is a question I asked to the previous group of devs that was a really fun one that I really enjoyed hearing the answers to. So I'm going to recycle it here and ask all of you so we can start at the top and just work our way down again. And the question is, if you could work on any pre-existing game franchise, what would it be and why?
That's a good question. Let me think on that if anyone else wants to go ahead.
This might be an impolitic answer, I'm not sure, but a BioWare game from 5 years ago?
Which one?
Well, Mass Effect or Dragon Age. It's just that
my two favorite games. Dragon Age Origins is my all-time favorite, so I just got really excited.
I'm a little concerned about the more recent entries. That's why I couched it the way I did. But cautiously optimistic about DA4. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Me too.
Yeah, I was concerned about the staffing changes and things like that.
But hey, if you were brought on board, that would be a staffing change, and that would be a good one in theory, right? Like,
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, with you and your background of writing, I bet you can come up with some pretty cool stories for them, especially with like their character developments and how they interact, and they have the heart. I want to call it the heart system,
The
where it's
approval
like
and like a disapproval.
yeah, the approval and disapproval from them, and like the surrounding areas and stuff like that. That really complicated the game for me, because I was like, oh, do I want to do this bad thing or do I want to do this good thing? It's just like had to choose paths.
Yeah, someone might walk away. Oh, I would love to work on a game like that if it was the right kind of opportunity. So, I mean, you know, one possible good outcome of all this is that even if my game isn't very successful, but, you know, if someone else wants to pick me up to do that kind of work, I would be more than happy. So, you know, fingers crossed, I guess. I'd rather have a successful game, though.
Yeah, one of the things that I did think about when we were voicing your game was it did remind me a little bit of Dragon Age, and kind of, you know, some of the things I really love about that series when it comes to characters that feel complex and well developed and not like boring, for lack of a better word. So that's awesome.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely. And then Kieran, I got it right this time. There's no Z. I'd love to hear from you as well about what franchise you would want to work on.
Well, if not Doom, to be obvious, I'd say the Dishonored franchise, actually. One of my favorites.
Cool.
Yeah, Dishonored did have a good story to it, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, and they have some really creative, like, first-person mechanics. So I'd love to work on that.
Yeah, I remember like playing the Dishonored series and seeing the cutscenes and the explosions and like tanks rolling in, and back then on the PS1, I'm just like, whoa, this is amazing. Pretty sure it was PS1. Yeah.
And Jakob, you have now had enough time to think.
Yes.
What do you want? What's your pick for a franchise that you would love to work on?
So I'm going to cheat a little bit and actually pick a non-gaming franchise, but I traditionally love narrative games with deep storylines and interesting characters. So I would actually love to work on like a BoJack Horseman game. I think that's a very interesting world, and yeah, it was probably one of my favorite series ever, and I think there could be a lot of potential there.
That's a super interesting choice. I really love like seeing how like games like are affected by other media, and like we have a pretty like interesting history in this industry of game tie-ins for films and movies that honestly don't work. Like we have a lot of really infamous games that were just rushed like tie-ins for like holiday sales and whatnot. So like the development process on some of those was really rushed. But then we also have good examples like some of the Telltale games, like for Walking Dead, for example. Like Walking Dead as a game is probably more well known in some regards than like the show Walking Dead, like even though it's based on a similar world. So yeah, that's a super interesting answer.
Yeah, I think like the main storyline is pretty well concluded and fleshed out in BoJack, but like doing some kind of a maybe side story that's set in the same world and the same style, maybe make cameos of the main characters, just carry on the vibe of the show. That I think that'd be really interesting.
Yeah, have it on a different perspective would be really cool for that series.
Yeah, I love back in the day with the Half-Life, Opposing Force, and Blue Shift, how they would just retell the same story from a completely different perspective. I always felt that was really interesting to see.
Yeah, you actually don't really see that with games that much. I mean, you kind of do, but not as much as you think it should, because it does appeal to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been picking your brains all day about your work in game development. I would love to just ask another fun one. Tell me about your hobbies and the things that you like to do outside of game development. So we'll just take it right back to you, Jakob, if you want to jump in and start off with that.
Well, I've already mentioned BoJack, so obviously Netflix, which is probably all of us ever.
Yes.
So traveling is probably one of my favorite things. I mentioned earlier I'm originally from Poland. I lived in Los Angeles. I lived in several other countries over the years, and especially working sort of yourself as an indie, it's just flexibility is probably one of the biggest perks of working by myself. So I try to leverage that, and basically anywhere I can go and find a coffee shop with Wi-Fi, I can do my work. So I love doing that. Last year I went to Korea for the Busan Indie Expo and just spent 2 weeks there, just exploring, sitting down in coffee shops to work and catch up on emails. Probably one of my favorite things to do as an indie. Yeah, that would be my top pick probably.
Yeah, no, I love that. It's been really hard this year not being able to like travel, or even just going to like a local coffee shop to work at. Like that is like my thing to do. Like I love working on personal projects outside of my house, because then I have to like focus on the personal project when I'm like out traveling or somewhere else. And yeah, this year's been really hard for that. So I totally feel you on traveling is super good for like getting focused in on work and being inspired by new things around you.
Yeah, before all this, I was pretty much living out of coffee shops. That's just my daily routine. Wake up, go to a coffee shop, and just treat it like, my workspace. So I know what you mean.
David, what about you? Hobbies outside of game development?
Outside of game development, I don't know if there's time for anything other than that. And for the most part, I'm happy to just spend most of my time doing game development, because that's I'm just happy doing that work. But I do some other things, like tabletop gaming, and I used to actually be a LARPer. Recently I picked up doing voice acting. I mean, a little bit. I've been dabbling. I mean, it was kind of a project to learn how to do actual voiceover type work for my game, but I actually recorded a few actual paid gigs, including an audiobook, which I haven't actually announced to anyone yet. I should probably do that. It's called Back Roads.
You just did.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you can find it on Amazon.
Congrats on doing the audiobook. I also started doing voice acting stuff, and I kind of stay away from the audiobooks because it's such a long read.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to do anything over 5 hours. But I've kind of backed off from that to focus more on the game recently. But I might get back to it in the winter months, because I mean my studio space gets really warm. So in the winter it's cooler, so it's easier to use.
It's interesting to hear about how multiple of your hobbies there kind of shine through in your game as well. You could definitely see the tabletop influences, and that's just awesome.
I do try to combine all of the many things going on in my life to be as successful as possible. So
it's a good way to live. And how about you, Kieran?
So if I'm not making games, I'm usually playing them. And besides that, I don't know, sometimes when it's nice weather, which isn't often in Seattle, I like to longboard. So that's really nice, especially with these Seattle hills. But yeah.
Yeah, but definitely not driving a stick shift on the Seattle hills.
Oh no, that sounds like torture.
So earlier we had a question that actually came in from chat that was, I think it would be good to get your take on it as well. And it was for the other group of developers. And it was basically a question asking about the necessity of a publisher for your game. Is that something that you need or no? And kind of what are your thoughts on that? So we'll just start at the top again.
I think it depends a lot on where you are and what do you need to get your game done and out to the public. Do you need funding? Can you do your own marketing? Do you have connections to get on the platforms? Do you want to spend time developing them? Can you keep the game afloat for 2 years while you're developing it? So I think those are a lot of questions that a publisher can help you answer and fill for you. So it just really depends on where you are. If you're fully funded, you have a team, you have experience, you kind of know what you're doing, I think then there's less incentive to work with a publisher, unless it's something that they can also sort of add value. You know, there's also value in the brand recognition of besides certain publishers, especially in the indie space. And just giving that support. You know, if you just want to focus on the game and not worry about all the marketing, all the publishing, all uploading all the store pages and screenshots and everything, then you know it's nice to have someone that can take that off of your plate. And I think the best way to think about it is as a partnership, in a way that like, what do I not want to do and what can someone do for me that will make my job easier by taking off my hands. For example, on our last game, we were self-published on PC and Nintendo Switch, but we ended up working with a publisher, Chorus Worldwide, to get the game basically on PlayStation and Xbox One. And it's something that we potentially could have done, but I didn't have experience at the time. I didn't really have connections necessarily with those platforms. So it's just so much easier to have the publisher take over, do it all for us, handle the porting, handle the release, and the marketing around that. And it would just end up being a very mutually beneficial deal for both of us.
I don't have a whole lot more to add on top of that because I have less experience in this realm. But I do have to say, yeah, it depends on whether or not they can give you something that you can't do yourself. And a lot of times it has to do with going to market, as I understand things. You know, if you can find the right kind of deal for additional funds, it's another thing that could be very useful going to a publisher for. You should be careful though. Make sure you're getting the right kind of deal. Make sure that you know you're not signing away your soul and getting zero of the profits or something. So go in with both eyes open.
And Kieran, what about you and your opinion on having a publisher? Is that necessary for you? Do you have any advice for people who might be looking into getting a publisher?
I'd say it's sort of publishers can be good and bad. There's not much to add on to what everybody else said. But for Kerr, I think it's very, very essential. Aside from the obvious marketing, they help a lot with platform distribution, platform certification, play testing, things that I could try to do on my own, but it won't be the same, especially for a company that specializes in that. So yeah, I'd say just make sure you're not getting a bad deal, but they are very useful.
As someone who works on more of the marketing and publishing side, I'm obviously tend to be biased towards publishers, but that's just because it's really good to I think that's something I've seen a lot of indie devs try to do is try to think, the marketing process is just if I just make a social media account for this, that's my marketing, and it's no, you can actually talk to experts about this and actually get feedback on what is best for that particular game, and just recognizing that each of those things, just programming is its own set of skills, different from art and making music, so is marketing and distribution and QA playtesting and all that jazz. Lots of people have to come together to make a game what it is, and we should respect all of those roles, which I know we all do, of course, but indies in general, we all come together and we all make something really cool when we put our heads together, and I think that's great about indie development.
So we might not have time for this question, but someone asked, how is it that y'all source for QA people, or people just to test y'all's game?
How do you source, as in how do you find them?
Yes.
I use a net.
I use my publisher.
Publisher, okay.
We usually aside from bothering all my friends and family, obviously, I've also just post on various Discord communities, post on Reddit. There's a subreddit called Play My Game. Post on various game dev forums like TigSource, IndieDB. Just post it in a bunch of places about game development, and you'll probably get a good amount of people interested. And for consoles, I've also worked with third-party companies that handle porting and specifically preparation for certification. And that's a bit of I think, a better choice since for testing on consoles, you usually need a development kit, and there's a lot more things to watch out for to get your game, to be approvable for release. So that's much harder to test on your own.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to share additional insight after taking time to show us your games and tell us about them. It was really great to get to talk with you. And a big, big thank you as well to Kenley and the wonderful SOBA production team and volunteers who have come in to help out with this amazing production. A big thank you to Seattle Indies for having us and for allowing me to crash on your stream and hang out with all of these awesome people today. Big thank you again to all the developers who came on today and to all of the wonderful hosts who worked out on here with me as well. So really quickly, Zolaire and Rick, where can we all follow you and stay in touch with you?
Rick, you first.
Me first. Hey, if you want to come follow me, you can follow me on Twitch at RicJur. I mean, as it says right down below, if you want to follow me on Twitch, it's RicJur Scale or RicJur. I think if you just search it, it actually finds it all. But RicJur is mainly my main name that you can find me anywhere. I like to post silly things on Facebook, on my Facebook page, Twitter every now and then. But I do stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And just stream random games. Sometimes I do prologues of games, so I like to go through the stories and things like that and commentate on them. Sometimes I do my own voices. Since I am getting into voice acting, I'm trying to work on my voice and work on many different other types of voices. So yeah, come check me out.
I'm Burls on Twitch, but I almost never stream. I stream very occasionally, just kind of for fun for myself. I'm the Burls on most social media platforms, and I'm mostly active on Twitter and Instagram, where I just tweet about game dev stuff and social justice stuff.
And you can find me at Meg_Kayley on social media platforms. And then on Twitch, I am Meg_Kayley. That's just Meg Kayley, not the word no underscore typed out, because that would be a really long name. You can go and follow me. I stream lots of games. I love simulation games. I love story games. Lately, I am revisiting Super Mario Galaxy, and I love the heck out of that game. So it's been a lot of fun. Speaking of following, make sure that you are following the Seattle Indies channel. They've got one more day of the online Seattle Indies Expo happening a week from today, next Saturday. So make sure you come back for that. And our next host is going to be Nega Oryx, along with a bunch of surprise guest co-hosts as well. So make sure that you tune back in for that and join the Seattle Indies Discord for updates as well. And now we're going to take a look at next week's trailer, and stick around because after that we're going to go and raid Alchemist Joker, who was on here with me the weekend before last Saturday. So stick around for that, and we'll see you next time. Thank you for being such an awesome community and audience and for hanging out with us.
Have a wonderful weekend.
Have a good day, everyone.
What do you get when you bring a Next week microprocessor on to a
6
night
Online.
fight? A deck-building, sword-swinging tactical adventure. Meet the Floppy Knights. Tangible projections summoned from floppy disks. Earn cash and perhaps save the world. By Rose City Games. The ocean depths are full of mythical monsters and treasure. Experience an adventure survival game with a world-scale ocean sim like you've never seen before in Breakwaters by Soaring Pixel Games. Next week on 6 Online. Gather your friends and rain fire on your foes in the Dragon vs. Dragon MOBA Tournament of Tamers by Bug Gaming. Choose from 10 unique dragons and take to the skies in flying combat that will take your breath away. Welcome to Republic of Jungle by Gerdu Games, the greatest nation on Earth and the land of the truly free, where all animals are equal and nobody preys on anybody. Next week
The
on
truth is
6
under
Online
attack
by all sides, and your judgment will decide the fate of the country. Looking for a low-stress community sim with magical girls, cat cafes, pastries, and most importantly, cats? In Calico by Cat Bean Games, journey to a magical village make fantastical friends, and pet all of the cuddly creatures. Agatha has returned home, only to find her mentor petrified and the once vibrant woods she loves bereft of color. Step into the worn-down boots of a veteran adventurer and restore color to her home in The Faded Grove by AIE Seattle Seniors.